everybody. Good morning, Bert. Good morning, Absolute Truth. Alright, so volatility in the market is still here in individual names. There are some individual ones that are moving that we'll discuss. I think that there's quite a bit of healthcare stocks that look very appealing to me, personally speaking. First, I like VRSK this week. I think it's been severely beaten down. The only caution that we need to be careful with this name is that, actually, let me turn down the music. Alright, so hopefully you can hear me better now. The music should be a little bit less intrusive. Alright, so VRSK is on watch for me this week. I think that we can get a push. I'm actually hoping that it takes out the lows one more time, right into this wide range green bar candle, and I would look for a high value opportunity entry. So I like to see it going negative here in the pre-market. That is a positive sign for me. So if VRSK sweeps these lows, I'm looking for some upside call options this week. I think we can easily get back to, say, 267, 268. Chain. WAT is another one that I think is setting up for a potential dead cat bounce. And again, this is looking to trade XLV. So XLV has been severely depressed. But I think it's going through the stage 1 basing formation. I do think healthcare is bottoming. So I'm very interested in potentially trading healthcare. I think that there are some interesting setups that are transpiring in the actual space, which make it an interesting potential long setup. So again, Waters, WAT. I am looking at hopefully one more sweep of the lows before going long. Lilly's been absolutely decimated now. We got to be careful with this one. This is a tried, true, and tested stock, household name getting obliterated off of its earnings. I want to see it settle in a little bit more. There's a dividend approaching, so you typically do see additional sell side pressure. But Lilly is definitely getting into an interesting level here. We'll see what happens here. Maybe as Lilly goes through its sort of day of reckoning, as we're seeing here, that's likely when maybe this UNH stock is probably going to firm up. UNH looks like it's put in a little bit of a high probable local bottom. Hourly chart has triggered that inverse head and shoulders. Broke out. You're getting some follow through today. Upside target off of this inverse head and shoulders takes us to 271.50 on UNH. So UNH obviously showing some signs of strength, and that will help the XLV basket, healthcare basket as a whole. ON is another one that I think is due for a bit of a dead cat bounce back into, say, it's 7 days, so that's sitting at around 50. But I could see this pushing back above 50 in the near term. It is hitting an interesting area here. Weekly chart, there's a ton of support. So you're back testing your weekly 20 moving average. You also have your weekly 365 moving average, so your 1 year moving average. That is a pretty big level. Daily chart obviously still looking a little bit bearish here. It needs to really firm up and break out. You're into this volume gap. That's another one that I think you can get some momentum in it. Micron today catching a huge bid on the back of those H20, apparently Nvidia and AMD giving some of their H20 sales to the US. What was it, 15% or so? So AMD right now in the pre-market down by about a couple bucks. You also have Nvidia down in the pre-market down by a couple bucks. Well, not much, but down by about $1. So that's hanging on a little bit better, but obviously going through a little bit of near-term distribution. ZTS is another healthcare name I'm watching closely. Zoetis had that huge gap up on earnings. That ended up with a gravestone doji. I'm looking for one more sweep of these lows for an entry. So it posted a nice double beat. The reaction on earnings was initially positive, and then it got rejected. But another name that, from a longer term standpoint, definitely making sense down here. You're backtesting some heavy moving averages. We're currently trading below your weekly 365. That's that green zone, but it's been a while since we've really lost this moving average. Backtested here, push up, now we're coming back lower again. So interesting long-term potential play here for ZTS. We'll keep it on watch. Some other names here, WST. So this is one that we actually traded with great success. We shorted this one at the highs off of its earnings pop. It's done pretty much a full-on retrace. I like this one because it's backtesting that EMA 113. It's been hammering and holding above. Tried breaking above, big reversal. So WST looks like an interesting long potential with a stop loss kind of at these wick lows. So I'm hoping for one more little lower boundary back test of this EMA, and then we can take some upside calls on that name, but it's looking fairly interesting. Molina Healthcare, MOH, another one that's been absolutely battered and bruised down in these deep dark depths below. There is some weekly chart support. You're coming into your volume shelf here, so perhaps a little bit more downside. Extremely oversold. A nice double bottom pivot here along with a high top pivot. So there's definitely some support down here. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive weeks of selling. This chart has been absolutely decimated into support levels, so it should catch a bit of a dead cat bounce. Starting to form that positive divergence. So another one more little sweep of the lows, and I'd be very interested in this name. Molina Healthcare. MOH. Looks quite intriguing. Alright, Plug Power, set to report earnings after the bell. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving this morning. You had some gold miners report earnings. Franco-Nevada, miss on rev, beat on EPS. Let's look at FNV. So gold miners this morning are under pressure. They are gapping down. Barrick Gold, GDX. So you are seeing a bit of profit taking hitting that mining space. Obviously gold is down, so that's what's causing I think the real decline in these mining earners. Sorry, these earnings from the miners. Let's see what else we got. MNDY set to report earnings. So they did report. There's a big gap down here for MNDY, sweeping a high volume reversal zone. I like that. That a lot. Extended, way extended past its daily ATRs. Let's look at your weekly ATRs. Interestingly, you have your 365 weekly moving average starting here. So that's a nice little setup there. That's a great setup. Flushing into that zone there. That would be your long entry, guys. Just see where we went in the pre-market. Yeah, we wicked through that zone. That's a nice area though. We'll keep that on watch. Around 199.08 should act as some support. Actually, not a bad. Keep that on watch. MNDY for a bit of scalp. Double B. So what's nice about this name is it was getting partially oversold already into its earnings, and now this gap up is just a huge, huge move to the downside. Big extension move. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. What do you use your bigger swing trade target? 80.17. Interesting. All right, let's see what else. ASTS reporting earnings. Same thing with Oklo. Let's look at ASTS. That one not really doing too much here. Under a little bit of pressure for ASTS. Down by about 43 cents on the tape. ASTS is back testing its 50-day. I think we should try to sweep this low around 42.50. Let's just look at its weekly ATR. Tough one. This one's a high flyer. Can go farther and deeper than we expect. But if we were to flush into 42, 46, that would be an area that I would potentially get interested in. Nothing really to do there. It's not making that big of a move. Oklo right now. Just erase this channel. Oklo's in a solid uptrend. I mean, whenever you see the spacing of all these moving average pretty much in congruency, that's a strong trend. Right now, obviously, it does have earnings set to take place after the bell, but we'll see if that trend wants to be negated. An aggressive buy would be at that 20. I'd be more inclined to wait for that EMA 113, which is just around that $50 level. So nothing for me to do there. So TLK. Telcom, trying to push higher. Just going through some of these earnings, guys. ROIV. Big gap down for this name. Good. 1086. Tougher name to trade this ROIV. Nothing really to do there that I'm seeing. AAON. Big gap down for this stock. Head and shoulders on the daily has triggered. Big gap. Maybe probably get a bounce into this wide range green bar candle. That would be it. Big extension move down off of its earnings. AAON. Tough to really do anything with that name. Look at some of the higher flyers. Rumble report earnings, gapping up to the high side. RUM, high short interest name. So if this one can get above these cluster of moving averages, it can potentially run to the upside. Rumble in the jungle. Nice gap up though. What are we trading up right now? 10, just under 10%, over 10%. See, the street was expecting a little bit of a poor print. Monday fun day. Monday fun day, guys. Look at DOLE. Dole. Yeah, it's breaking to the high side. Looking pretty strong. Dole's probably going to sweep this high pivot. Earnings coming out. Nice double beat across the board. So you likely are going to push for above 15 bucks on Dole. Could be a runner. Let's see where we went. Yeah, so we almost swept that high in the pre-market. You obviously have some pre-market high liquidity. So Dole doesn't look bad, guys. DOLE does not look bad at all. High probable. Give me a second with the name. I think there's a trade here. I think there's a long trade on DOLE. Should print. Obviously, they're going to print this morning. It's gapping up, but there's might be a little bit more meat on the bone for DOLE. A long trade there. I'll keep that one on watch. AMC this morning is also moving. So reporting earnings gapping up here. Obviously, we all know how these names can squeeze. The question is it going to squeeze higher? I suspect that we have a strong chance of hitting about 345. That is your daily chart 200 moving average. 345, 344. Your weekly ATR 1 levels coming up at 330. Your bigger extension moves at 368. Yeah, I think pressing it into the daily 200 moving average is not a bad idea. Along with that moving average resistance, you do have your first little trend line of resistance. So that's probably where it wants to go, I would suspect. I would suspect that's where it's going. It's up nicely on the session. E. Let's look at biotechs here. So biotechs look interesting. I mean, you have this cluster of moving averages. You got the 50, the 20, the 7, the EMA 113, the 200 just bearing slightly above. You've been trying to break above this 200 moving average for a couple weeks now, and it hasn't successfully done it, but it's getting very, very close in my opinion. Biotechs are on watch. They look somewhat interesting, which if biotechs start to perform, that should help the IWM. And notice how the IWM is shaping up for this potential inverse head and shoulders. Let me remove some of these drawings here. Let's just remove all the drawings. So the IWM is shaping up for a potential inverse head and shoulders breakout. It does look probable. Obviously, the main indices, SPX, or we'll look at SPY actually. SPY has triggered its inverse head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You've broken out of the neckline here. So it looks a little bit more probable for a continuation move higher. You know, if you simply calculate this upside target on SPY, it's another 3% from this neckline. So, I mean, we'll see if that hits in the next 1 to 2 weeks, but you do have higher price for the S&P 500. That's for certain. Where we could actually head today is 638.95. 638.95. It's going to be a lot of aggressive shorts trying to short this little previous breakdown zone, but we're probably going to pierce that. And there's not really too much data this morning that's going to impact this market unless we get some sort of geopolitical announcements. This week we also have Putin and Trump meeting in Alaska. So imagine they call an end to the Ukraine invasion. Would the markets pump on that? Probably. Would oil dump? Probably. Would nat gas dump? Probably. So we need to be mindful that there's bullish technicals right now in the market that are favoring upside. So perhaps there's bullish news coming this week. Again, that's on Friday. We don't know what time, or I don't know what time. If anyone's heard what time they're meeting, that would be much appreciated. But Putin and Trump are expected to meet at the end of the week. So we'll certainly see what happens there. It's very light for economic data today. So we'll obviously see what occurs there. Tesla right now in the pre-market is looking very constructive. Gapping up, breaking out of its little bull flag pattern. You are into a little bit of resistance here, these previous little pivots. But Tesla's looking very strong here. I mean, we still have our September 340 calls, which are waking up nicely here. We've been riding through some pretty big swings both to the upside and the downside. But Tesla's looking like a beast right now to the upside. You're recapturing some intraday moving averages. You had that death cross occur on the 50 and the 200. Got one daily close above it on Friday. Looking for a second daily close above it to kind of negate the probabilities in favor for a continuation move. But Tesla's looking pretty beast mode right now. And it is outperforming in the pre-market as of now. You do have Apple and Nvidia slightly down. I'm going to move this little sweep high pivot. I think that's probably where Tesla wants to test today, is around that 338 pivot high here. So I could easily see that. But if Tesla really wants to get going and breaks out of this downtrend, remember, we've been chopping in this wedge for quite a long time, since May. High pivot, low pivot, high pivot, low pivot, and we're coiled. Moving averages are compressed. Tesla's looking like it's trying to break out. Very strong weekly chart right now. You're above all of the key weekly moving averages. You kept on hammering on that weekly 20. Now you're above the 7 and the 20. So the trend is looking strong for Tessie. Trend is looking very strong for Tesla right now. Obviously, we'll see if it can hold. Apple had that huge move on Friday. Obviously, Apple's one that just absolutely was a beast to the upside, squeezing out the shorts. I lost money on this on Friday, shorting it. Nevertheless, Apple's under a bit of pressure this morning. I would naturally expect Apple to backtest its weekly 50 moving average. That's kind of your breakout trend line. And then we'll see if it can build a bit of a base off of that. But Tesla could go through a similar movement as to what Apple went through. Apple was coiling, bouncing off of its weekly 20 moving average, and then absolutely just catapulted to the upside. So perhaps Tesla's going to go through a similar sort of price action here. But definitely a very, very big move to the upside. And again, we took profits on our Apple 225 calls. So I'm fully out of Apple, looking for some lower boundary consolidation, backtesting to get long again. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now under a bit of pressure, not doing too much there. Google right now coming under a bit of pressure, reaching my upside targets. So I think Google needs to do a bit of backing and filling before it takes out its previous little all-time high. I would be a buyer on Google around 193-ish. 193-ish, okay? Let's look at Amazon. Amazon right now also holding its main point of control. You can see this volume shelf it's sitting on. That's a very bullish signal for Amazon. If it can hold that, then Amazon should try to charge for all-time highs. But a huge decline on Amazon, obviously on the back of its earnings. But it's recaptured quite a bit of it's recaptured a lot of those losses. So it's showing some signals that maybe it's starting to potentially bottom here. Microsoft went through a bit of distribution last week as the markets were pushing higher. We'll see if Microsoft wants to fill that gap this week. I still think it can, but obviously Microsoft has been riding this daily 20 moving average really since you had that epic gap up on earnings over here. So I still remain short Microsoft around 547.30. It's up a little bit today, but we'll see if it can completely fill this gap for a little bit of a profit target on Mr. Microsoft. Meta right now up 0.22%, still holding the majority of its gains. So notice the difference between Meta and Microsoft's earnings. Meta holding the majority of its gap up earnings and consolidating, putting in a nice little flag pattern, letting the 7-day catch up. This one looks like it's going to push for another new all-time high this week. So Meta's looking very, very constructive and strong. I do think that that's a scenario that's probably going to play out this week. All right, so crypto has been very strong on the weekend. Looking at BTC, BTC spiked all the way to our previous short level. I'm still holding my short off of 122. Never officially stopped me out there. But look at that nasty little spike on Bitcoin. And then in the last several hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, you've gone through a bit of consolidation and sell side pressure. So BTC trying to take some dominance. Ethereum, obviously, members, you know, I issued an alert on the weekend, so we'll continue to watch that one. But nevertheless, Ethereum has fulfilled some major upside targets. You've swept some massive high pivot rejection zones, previous rejection zones. I think Ethereum's probably going to retest that 39.50 zone at minimum. We'll see if it can hold this trend line. If it holds this trend line, then you're going to push and bounce, try to take out these previous all-time highs. But definitely long in the tooth, negative divergences occurring, a little extended from your daily chart moving averages. So we'll see if this is a bit of a local top for Ethereum. I think that there's a strong chance that it is. Okay. Let's look at crude oil this morning. So WTI crude catching a little bit of a bounce here. Again, crude oil is slowly grinding down to its $55 target. 56 is my big level, but I think between 55 and 56 is your area where crude oil is likely going to go. Now, gas this morning, trying to stage a little bit of a gap and crack, but a reversal to the upside. So it gapped down this morning and it's trying to reverse back to the high side. Obviously, nat gas is hitting this previous pivot from December 2024. So it's looking like it is trying to firm up. Nat gas equities are trying to hold this potential little backtesting zone point of control. I still think that these names are looking like a little bit of a long zone, but I hold no positions as of now. Yields right now are soft. 2-year yield down by 0.11, 10-year yield down by 0.47. The Dixie is something that we need to be mindful of this week because the Dixie has tried spiking much, much higher. This morning, obviously it got sold off quite sharply, but look at that high pivot spike. When you have that high pivot spikes in the Forex and currency markets, you know, typically liquidity wants to target those spikes again. So I could see the Dixie easily trying to grind back up to that 99.31 zone. Again, they call this kind of a little bit of a ghost print, fake print, but when you see it in the currency markets, that typically does try to hold true and test that previous little liquidity zone. So obviously the Dixie is an important metric for the market. If it starts to grind higher, that should put some inevitable downside pressure on the equity markets. All right, what else we got going on in this tape? Let's look at some of these other hotel stocks. HST. Not seeing too much there. Obviously Micron strong, EMC strong, Intel catching a bid this morning. AVTR gapping up this morning. So that's showing some positive signs. Gapping up on news. Let's see if that can hold. So again, not too many setups. I mean, Monday's looking like it's into an interesting area here. I do have a little bit of a long zone around this 199, so we're actually piercing it right now, which is sort of interesting. Obviously this is an earnings gap down, so we just need to keep that in mind, but you're hitting a large weekly 365 moving average. That's a big level. 1 year weekly moving average. 365 weekly moving average. That's crazy. Again, so my expectations this morning for the equity markets, SPY, the indices. Again, I do have upside bias favorable. I would really only look to scalp short SPY around 638.95 is an aggressive zone, but we keep in mind the trend is up. SPY looks like it's going to press to new all-time highs. Obviously, the Qs got new all-time highs on Friday. They didn't hold it though, but they did get a nice big stick and reversal back up. So previous all-time high was pierced on Friday. So the markets are going to try to look to hold above that zone. But QQQ have had a really strong bounce back to the high side. Very impressive bounce. Your first aggressive long entry on the Qs would be a backtest of 570.59. That's your value area high. But the market's looking pretty good for a continuation move higher. Continuing, every dip is being bought with sheer force. Watch that carefully. The only caution with the Qs is that you are forming this negative divergence right now on the RSI. So big dip, again, we are going to push to new highs, but obviously divergences can go on for a lot longer than we expect and anticipate. But there is that divergence building. Weekly RSI looks okay though. That's the concerning part about shorting this, is the weekly RSI is still pretty firm. And where the Qs probably want to go, just using some simple trend lines, basically connecting this July pivot to this December pivot, we're probably, and this could happen this week, but in the next, say, 2 weeks, we're probably heading to about 587, 590 on the Qs. So what do we got going on as well? Rivian. We'll see if Rivian catches some sympathy with Tesla. Right now, it's kind of just trading flat. I'm still expecting Rivian to go lower, test that TP, that earnings gap down TP. But we'll obviously watch that very closely. Final little scan, and then we'll flip to the dual charts here. Yeah, so Tesla's ripping, that's up 1.83%. Lennar home builders continue to act well. Some strength in solar stocks. Enphase up another 2.77. Baba this morning under a bit of pressure. Take a look at our XPEV, guys. This one's the one that just keeps on giving. Nice gap up for XPEV on the back of EV strength. So look at that stunning move. We almost have our $22 end of year calls in the money. These are printing, guys. These are printing. We entered the $22 Jan 16 calls at $2.34. Another down day for CRM. This name just cannot catch a bid to save its life. CRM just keeps getting demolished right now. 239 on deck. That is filthy. That is absolutely filthy for CRM. Wow. Palantir seeing a little bit of distribution this morning. That one's been a beast. Absolute beast mode. Another high for Hood, guys. Can you believe that Hood gapping up? Now this gets interesting for a short here. Hood. It's a risky one because it has such momentum behind it. But Hood getting a little lofty now with this gap up. I mean, you could still press to about above 120, but definitely getting a little stretched here in the near term. Nice negative divergence both on the weekly, the daily, the intraday time frames. So if Hood sweeps these highs here intraday, it could see a bit of a sell-off. high sweep. That would be an aggressive day trade short. Copper stocks under a bit of pressure. Gold, silver under a bit of pressure. Look at Canopy Growth again, guys. CGC. We traded this one for an epic gain on Friday. We caught pretty much the majority of this move, and look at that, pushing right back up on CGC. That is a filthy move. Earnings coming in a little bit better than expected. Is under some pressure this morning. Yeah, but semis are definitely looking to weigh in on this market. SOX is still negative here, but your big boys are under a bit of pressure, so let's restart some of these drawings here. So semis are on watch for two reasons. You have the 7 and 20 doing a bearish cross. If you lose the 7-day moving average this week for semis, look out below. We could be going much, much lower to about 220, this gap fill here, 226. But semis are on watch, obviously, for a little bit of weakness this morning on the back of AMD, NVIDIA. You kind of have Intel and Micron, at least firm in the session, canceling things out. But if AMD and NVIDIA continue to show more weakness, that's a bit of troublesome signs. So I'm going to do the split screen as we prepare for the indices here. Gold getting absolutely clobbered this morning. Gold is getting dusted. So again, I'm looking at trading long VRTX. I want to see one more sweep of the lows. I think healthcare stocks are due for a bit of a capital rotation bid. UNH firming up, breaking out. So definitely keep some of these healthcare names that we ran through in the pre-market earlier on watch, because I do think that they can catch potentially a little bit of a bid here this week. Healthcare stocks definitely are showing a bit of accumulation, stage one basing formation on XLV. Looks like you've had some sweeps and liquidity grabs to the downside, but this could be the early stages of a stage one basing, especially if UNH starts to firm up and break out. UNH obviously has triggered that inverse head and shoulders on the 1 hour, 4 hour chart. You can clearly see it on the 1 hour chart here. Upside target on UNH takes us to 271 just based off of this 1 hour chart pattern. Never mind these crazy oversold daily and weekly chart conditions that could press you even higher. All right. So healthcare stocks certainly look a little bit more intriguing. And we'll see if semiconductors want that capital that's rotating out of AMD, Nvidia this morning. Let's see if that rotates into some of these beaten down names. Get ready here. I'm going to stand up. Let's fix this mic. How's TTD doing this morning? TTD got pummeled on the weekend. New lows for TTD there? Not quite. Almost. Almost. WBD got destroyed as well. That's trading at the lows. Snapchat has been under pressure since its earnings report. Seeing a little bit of a bid here. I'd love to see Snapchat take out those lows as well. VRTX, guys, into an interesting area. A little bit of selling into the pre-market here. All right. New trading week. Let's get it, guys. Let's get it. Upstart share slip on convertible note offering of up to 575 million. Yikes. Poor Upstart. SPY initial sell side candle hitting the tape. VRTX making that nice bullish reversal. Come on, VRTX, give me an entry. Come back down. Contract spread is so wide. I do not like that. Wow. Rivian pushing right back up. Run pushing. Big stick on Vertex Pharmaceuticals. That was my entry. Wow. That's crazy. Filthy. SPY right now just holding steady. Big bid on Rivian. Tesla's ripping. Our 340 calls or Tesla are in the money, guys. Tesla 340s are in the money. Look at Tessie go. What a monster. If you're wanting to trim, yeah, Run's pumping, Rivian's pumping. Look at this MNDY. It should catch a bit of a bid. It even went past my long level. It's getting absolutely annihilated here. Wow. That's crazy. AMD still down sharply. Silver down sharply. Palantir under pressure. Roblox under pressure. ON catching a nice bid. XPEV ripping. China under pressure. SPY still seeing a little bit of weakness. Look at this MNDY. That is filthy. Wow, it looks like you're trying to sweep this low pivot now. Healthcare stocks are trying to make a bullish recovery, guys. Healthcare stocks are making a bullish recovery. SPY still just hovering here. No trades yet for me. MNDY is coming into an aggressive sweep long area, guys. It's coming into an interesting opportunity, MNDY. Getting to some extreme oversold levels. It's looking like it could try to bounce here. 175. Expensive here. SPY's coming in a little bit. Marijuana stock still holding. Tesla. I'm probably going to trim my Tesla here. 340 calls. I repeat, 340 calls are in the money for Tesla. I am going to trim them here. I'm just going to actually exit and look for a retest. Sold half of my Tesla calls, guys, just as a heads up. Look at those bounce and those healthcare names. Wow, Vertex Pharmaceuticals. Man, I didn't even get into any options. I wanted to take some upside calls. 370 I was watching. Those just absolutely left the train station. My oh my. Healthcare stocks just absolutely killed it. Yeah, look at them waters. Let's look at Lilly this morning. Lilly catching a bid. Everything in healthcare land catching a bid. CNC trying to make a move to the upside. Jeez, that's crazy. Nvidia is still down. Zim doing well. BMNR doing well. Soundhound up another. This is into another interesting short zone sound. Chipotle trying to catch a reversal. UNH still up 2.5%. Carvana under pressure. Hims under pressure. Jeez. IWM starting to rip. Testing back a little bit from those highs. It's kind of what we want to see. The S&P is still holding steady. Soundhound getting a little stretched here, long in the tooth again. Let's look at MP. So healthcare stocks still trying to pump. MP pushing. UNH still strong. CNC still trying to push. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, huge bounce there. Wow. Can't believe I missed that VRTX. That was the long. Soundhound coming into this gap looks somewhat interesting, guys, from a technical short standpoint. It is coming into this gap fill. So I do like it there for a bit of a short scalp. Apple's getting dusted right now. AI, holy, did anyone see this? AI getting smoked. Whoa. That is a filthy move down. What happened there? I don't even know what happened. That is crazy. Wow. AI getting absolutely disgusting. Obviously news on that candle. Look at Apple coming in hard right now. Apple is coming into some support here. We'll see if that wants to play out. MNDY trying to bounce. Look at these other names. Run trying to bounce. Rivian's doing quite well. Wow, AI getting crazy demolished. That's filthy. IWM still holding steady. Tesla still holding steady. Palantir coming in. Micron still doing well. Wow. UNH still pushing here on UNH. Nice pump on UNH. Crude oil still strong. Bitcoin up half. Your IWM is your leading indice right now, so small cap land is seeing liquidity inflows. Good sound pushing, guys. Soundhound is pushing. Of trade, I took a small short on sound, guys. $15 put. $15 put, it's aggressive. To put play on SOUN. TTD, nice move. Yep. Yep, TTD, really nice move. Nice little reversal trying to start there on sound. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution, but it's acting well. Sound is still trying to push. SPY's coming in a little bit. IWM seeing some top wicks. Apple still getting hit pretty hard here. Still decline coming in sound. Come on. Come on down, sound. Back testing that gap. There should be some resistance here. It's a strong chart though. High short interest name. Not an easy short, that's for sure. CZR coming a little bit lower. I like that. Do like that. Rivian seeing a little bit of top wicks. S&P going for new highs here. Carvana still struggling a little bit. UNH still pumping. Healthcare stocks still doing well. Canopy Growth still doing well. Tesla still up 3.11. Netflix down. Apple down 1.32. SPY still trying to press here. Seeing some top wicks. Baba's negative. Nvidia seeing a really hard reversal, trying to go back to the green side on Nvidia. Come on down. So IWM seeing a little bit of weakness here. Apple's trying to bounce. Palantir still down 1%. Nice decline on sound, guys. Come on. Come on down, sound. Can they take sound negative? Erase that liquidity. It is up 10%. Punishing the breakout buyers right now. Come on down a little bit more, sound. A little bit more. SPY weakening. Let's go. Trying to bounce it a little bit. Do. IWM still taking a breather, but up 0.37. Nvidia's almost turning green. Intel up a whopping 4%. AI still down 29. Rivian seeing some top wicks. SPY getting gobbled right back up on the dip. Microsoft still negative, Carvana negative. HIMS is down another couple percent. Run is up 3. Rivian's up 2. UNH up 2.4. AMD has gone positive, up 0.6, up 0.7%. Silver Junior is trying to get gobbled up. Rivian's looking a little heavier here. That's coming in. Come on down, Sound. Come on down, Sound. All right, I'm getting an alert on CZR, Caesars, for a potential buy. CZR. Looking somewhat interesting here. So Tessie is still leading up 342.70, almost 4% on the session. S&P still holding steady here. Nvidia pushing right back up. At least trying to. IWM still curling slightly lower here. Just give me 1 second. So we're still seeing the markets trying to push here. SPY is really chopping sideways. Nvidia's made that red to green reversal, which is obviously helping the indices. Sound is still trying to press off of that gap. Roblox up another 1.5% today. Healthcare stocks still trying to push. Do. Still seeing these markets hold steady a little bit. IWM though coming in, SPY coming in. Sound is holding steady. Apple looking still heavy here, down 1.5%. SoFi Micron green, Neo's green. Open up 6.4, AI still getting slaughtered here. Mhm. IWM still coming in here, guys. IWM is looking much heavier right now. Sunrun coming in now. Soundhound still trying to test that $15 strike. I want it lower. HIMS is now down 3.2%, so you are seeing a bit of distribution hitting this tape. Definitely some distribution hitting this tape right now. IWM, a really nasty top wick, still positive on the session. S&P 500 is looking to go negative. Dixie is still positive. Gold down sharply. Nat gas down 1%. Crude oil up 1.5%. Bitcoin still holding 1.5%. Seeing a little bit of top wick selling. Not much. Soundhound puts are back in the money. Markets are still looking a little bit heavier here. UNH coming in a little bit. Come on, Sound. Take us negative. Sound is still falling here. IWM still seeing a little bit of distribution. Rivian's trying to hold 10-minute chart support. SPY is catching a bid. IWM's catching a bid. Nvidia, Apple still looking pretty heavy here. Apple's putting in a bit of a bear flag intraday, lower time frame. Nice dip continuing. Our $15 puts are printing, guys, on Sound. I want more though. Maybe I'm being greedy, but this could be a big liquidity grab on Sound. Wouldn't surprise me to see Sound try to go negative, which should be a nice 9% reversal. We do have some inflation data coming out this week. Today's fairly muted for inflation for data, but we do have inflation data this week. It's in the equity markets led by the IWM. IWM is approaching an aggressive short zone. SPY's trying to push back higher here. Tesla's still trading at 341. Still trying to print to the high side. Intel's still doing well. BM&R up 22.2%. Surfers, I hope you still have shares. I think you were calling that out on Friday. That's been a shaker and a mover to the upside. Sound is still trying to catch a bid. HIMS are $50 puts for HIMS, guys. I close those all out, but $50, if you're still holding, those are in the money. Probably not a bad area to try to close here for HIMS. S&P, really big push to the upside. Really big push. Come on down, Sound. Come on down. Joby up 3.37% today. That's seeing a nice little move. SPY still green. Qs are still green. IWM still leading the charge to the upside. Google, Apple, Nvidia are negative. Meta, Amazon negative. Tesla's moonshotting right now. There's a little bit of a new low for our Sound Hound puts. Come on, take us down, Sound. Take us lower, Sound. SPY still holding steady. IWM still holding steady. Just trying to catch a little bit of liquidity, still trying to bear flag. Nvidia curling slightly down. S&P still holding steady. I did print a new high there, guys. Nvidia curling down. Tesla still pushing 341. We did take profits on our 340 September calls on Tesla, just as an FYI. Healthcare stocks still pumping here. Microsoft up 0.43%. It'd be nice if they took sound negative. Chipotle trying to turn green off of the lows. Carvana still down 1%. SPY still acting quite well. Nvidia's looking heavier here, guys. AI still down 25%. Big Bears slightly green. Lucid's up a couple percent. AMC up about just over 6% on AMC. Sound is trying to bounce here. SPY curling slightly lower. Off of that OR high. Also right at that prior day high. Apple's firming up as Nvidia's curling down. Bit of a bounce coming into SoundHound here. SPY's looking a little heavier here. Canopy growth still up 20%. That's pumping to the high side. Nvidia curling down heavy here, guys. Just as a heads up, Nvidia is curling down heavy. Sound is getting another push. HIMS is under a lot of pressure this morning. Catching a little bit of a 10-minute chart bounce. Microsoft still holding steady. Healthcare stocks still doing quite well. UNH still up a couple percent. IWM still trying to curl to the upside. SPY right now is still holding steady, but Nvidia is really curling in here, guys. Down 0.55%. Apple down 1.25, trying to bounce off of the lows. Come on back down, SoundHound. Chipotle making a move. SPY still getting bought up here on pretty much each little dip. Apple's trying to hold steady. Palantir still down about 1%. Spread is blowing out here for Soundhound on the put side, which is telling me that we might go lower. Come on, take us down, Soundhound. Chipole's looking constructive. Rivian still doing well. Hims is still at the lows, guys. Hims is still at the lows. There is some support here at that $50 level. But man, that's looking filthy, Hims. UNH still trying to trend. SPY trying to push right back up. Robin still up 0.75%. Roblox up 1.83. XPEV still squeezing up 5.42. ON doing well. SPY just holding steady. Not at a long level for me, nor is it at a short level for SPY. UNH still trying to push. Certain financial stocks are trying to go negative here. Some financial stocks. IWM's trying to push a little bit higher here. Rivian's making a big push. Vertex Pharmaceuticals still trending. Nvidia catching a bit of a bounce. SBET up 12.5. Intel still doing quite well. SPY still trying to trend here. Still down about 1% on the tape. Microsoft's trying to push higher. Hims is trying to hold that $50 area. Soundhound trying to push up now. Tesla still up 3.25%. Tesla still acting well. Bitcoin still trying to hold 120K. SPY going for that opening range breakout. Let's see if it's a liquidity grab. Big push in the S&P. IWM as well. QQQ. Apple still has a bit of a 10-minute bear flag, which is concerning. Nvidia is still slightly negative. AMD though holding steady. Intel holding steady. Still 2.93%. S&P 500 still trying to push here, breaking out of that opening range. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in this 15-minute candle. Sound hound catching a bid now. IWM. So SPY printed a new high of day. IWM did not. Yeah, I'm still writing sound puts. I know it's trying to move up here. They're end of week, right? So we got time. A little less volatility there. They've been bouncing around. I mean, you could maybe do another high of day sweep on sound. IWM curling down. Seeing selling on the 5-minute chart. HIMS is down 3.45%. Carvana is trying to bounce a little bit. Ticker run just went negative. RUN. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Chipotle's trying to turn green. SPY's curling down, IWM curling down, Nvidia, Apple still holding steady. Apple's curling up. Some of those key moving averages. IWM's now curling down. CZR, guys, looks ready for a bit of a bounce here. CZR, Caesars, it's getting extremely decimated here intraday, but it's looking ready for a potential little move. I don't know why it's not populating here. But CZR looks ready for a potential red to green reversal. Soundhound still trying to push higher here. Right chart not populating here. Acting stubborn. UNH still trying to push. IWM catching a nice little bottoming wick. Caesar trying to make a move. Soundhound looking to sweep the highs. UNH still near the highs. Microsoft still green. Rivian still up 2.7. Tesla pushing back to 342. SPY looking like another high of day. SPY still just holding in a tight range here. NVIDIA trying to push back to the highs. Nice push on CZR. This one could be due for a pretty decent reversal off of the lows. Look how many red candles you've had on the daily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive daily chart red candles. Wouldn't be surprised to see this name try to go green intraday today. Huge, huge oversold intraday condition. All right, SPY still printing new highs here. NVIDIA is pushing right back to the highs. IWM still leading the charge to the upside, but it's trying to take a little bit of a back seat to the S&P and Qs. Qs are trying to push up here and take leadership. We'll see if that's the case. I do like the $24 calls in CZR, guys. Potentially making a red to green reversal. See if that one wants to hold. Soundhound still holding above 15 bucks. SPY still seeing a little bit of top wicks. IWM curling slightly lower. Sound is trying to push for another high here. S&P 500 still holding near the highs. IWM curling slightly lower. Healthcare stocks still doing quite well. Soundhound new high. S&P 500 still seeing some strength, but the IWM's curling down here, guys. IWM looks like it maybe wants to go negative on the tape. So it's certainly looking a lot heavier than the S&P. IWM is looking very heavy here. IWM looking pretty heavy here, guys. It's now fallen below the Qs. So IWM was leading the charge to the upside, but it's now taking a back seat. I haven't checked Marvell's super strong today. That's doing quite well. Sound is still trying to hold steady here. Right, or IWM looking a lot heavier here. Some top wicks on the S&P 500. No real selling yet on Sound. We'll see if it wants to give back some of this recent rally. SPY coming in a little bit heavier here. On Soundhound is 65 cents. 65 cents. SPY coming in hard here. IWM almost going negative. Nvidia pushing back to the highs, so Nvidia is taking all the liquidity right now. SPY curling down some more. HIMS is back testing 50 bucks again. IWM about to go negative. Sound is still pushing here, holding steady. Sound isn't really cooperating with the market. Trading in a world of its own. High short interest name, so it's a tough name to short. Maybe it wants to go for this high pivot sweep. Getting an alert on this. What's he doing here? Disney. Yeah, Disney's back testing that EMA 113 here. Interesting. Usually there's a bit of a bounce. This is its first little backtest of that zone. Daily chart. Maybe it wants this little low pivot sweep. IWM trying to stabilize. SPY's trying to stabilize here on its 15-minute chart. Apple still has a bit of a bear flag, but Nvidia has made a huge bullish reversal back to the high side, pushing new all-time highs here. Nvidia looks like it wants to test the highs. So it looks like it wants above 184. We'll see if that's the case. Soundhound still pushing here. Dusted. Apple still showing a bit of a bear flag. I'll probably add to my Soundhound puts at a pierce of 16 bucks. SPY still holding steady. CZR acting well. Healthcare stocks still holding the majority of its gains. AMD slipped 2.6. Canopy Growth still holding up 17.6%. Bitcoin losing 120 in the near term. Your Dow components are negative at the moment. CZR is acting well, guys. Caesar is trying to make that red to green reversal potential. Nice little 15-minute potential bullish engulfing. To populating SPY. IWM curling down. Alright guys, I'm about to add to my Soundhound puts. Why is my SPY chart not populating? We'll look at SPX here. SPX is curling down. Just added to my sound puts. It's aggressive, it's risky. I did just add to my sound $15 puts. See if the S&P wants to come in at all. Sound is still ripping here. All right, so Nvidia is seeing a little bit of a distribution at the highs there. SPY coming in a little bit. Rivian seeing some sell side. New average on sound is 55 cents. IWM looking like it wants to go negative here. Nvidia curling down. Tesla still trading under 341. Nvidia curling back down. IWM still hanging slightly positive, but looks like it wants to go potentially negative. We'll certainly see what occurs there. Soundhound still holding steady. The Dixie is quietly moving higher here, guys. The DXY is quietly moving higher. Soundhound still trying to see squeeze mode. SPY curling down. IWM again flagging, bear flagging, I should say. Intel still doing quite well. Sit up slightly. SoFi is green. Excuse me. I need some water. I need some water here. Slightly lower. PM 32%, holding steady. Lasting through that gap. Wow. UNH still holding steady. Microsoft seeing a little bit of distribution here. Little minor selling in Soundhound. IWM still looks like it wants negative price. Nvidia is still holding steady. Apple holding steady. AMD up 3.21%. Still holding like a champ up here. Will it see any sort of selling, or is it just in full-fledged squeeze mode? SPY curling down. IWM very close to going negative. Rivian still up a couple percent. Still doing quite well. Bitcoin still up 1%, holding steady. Ethereum still moving here. Look at Ethereum pushing. That's why BMNR is pushing. SBET is pushing, but just be careful. We are seeing a little bit of market distribution. IWM coming in. Come on, Soundhound, take us back down. Microsoft still holding positive. UNH still a beast today, holding near the highs. 257.44. Tessie still testing 342. PMNR is a monster so far as I know. It's crazy. Trying to squeeze here, guys. IWM about to curl to the negative side. IWM getting a little bit testing the lows on IWM. HIMS still down over 4% on HIMS. It's a filthy decline on HIMS. Still slightly positive, but it did make new lows there, guys. IWM did make new lows. Come on down, sound. UNH still up 2.7, AMD still up 2.8, Silver Junior's under pressure. Hood is still up 1.75% on Hood. That's a beast. SPY coming in. Roblox still up a couple percent. On semiconductor doing quite well. IWM is about to go negative. Nvidia, Apple still holding steady. Seeing a little bit of sell side hitting Soundhound here. A little bit of sell side. Let's look at TTD again. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce, TTD. But IWM struggling here. Still looks like it wants to go negative. We'll see if that's the case. UNH is still holding like a boss. Chipotle Mexican Grill up nicely now. Red to green for CMG. I wouldn't be surprised if SPY wanted to retest this this breakout trend line. Your inverse head and shoulders breakout neckline sits right around, call it this 635 zone. Wouldn't be surprised. SPY is starting to come in a little bit more now. UNH still trying to push. Range so far in the indices. IWM still holding positive price. Wow, that A plus setup on Vertex, the options chain wasn't even open and it just started reversing. That was my A plus pre-market setup on VRTX. I don't know why my charts are so lagging on TradingView today. I hate it. Maybe I need to restart the system. Might need to restart the system. Still seeing SPY holding steady for now. SPY holding steady. The highs. Nvidia still pushing for new all-time highs. Apple looking like it's curling slightly lower. Chipotle making a nice reversal off of the lows. CMG trying to shake and move this morning. Ruby pushing up. Microsoft still holding steady. Still no sell side pressure and sound. It definitely looks like you're getting short coverings here before they likely take it lower. Just getting some work done outside by some contractors, so I apologize if you hear the little vibrations coming through. Continuing to do some contract work outside, so got some heavy equipment operating. Hood is still a beast right now, up a couple percent on Hood. SPY getting heavy there. Sell side in Apple. SPY. IWM just went negative, guys. SPY is also negative. Dow is negative. Qs are what's holding steady for the time being. Thought you were powering up little plays. That's pretty funny. You guys hear those vibrations? It's literally right outside my window. I can feel them. I can feel them. Alright, SPY's looking much heavier here. Much heavier. Here comes SPY. Aggressive long levels are at this 636 Pierce zone. Aggressive long levels. Come on, sound. Drip it lower. Take us back to 15 and then some. Carvana trying to catch a bit of a bid off of the lows. UNH coming in a little bit. Microsoft still holding steady. Apple 10-minute bear flag. Nvidia curling down. CZR holding steady as the markets go through a bit of distribution. UNH curling down. HIMS is still testing that $50 area. Looking pretty weak. IWM trying to bounce. Apple's chart is looking pretty weak on the 10-minute chart pattern. Looks like a bit of a bear flag here on Apple. Apple could retest the lows today, guys. It's looking like that might be the case. SoundHound still a beast, holding steady on sound. Intel up 3.91%. BM&R still pushing for 65. Tesla still consolidating constructively here. Big bounce on SPY. Potential little 5-minute inverse head and shoulders trying to trigger on CZR. CZR is trying to trigger 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. If it does trigger, upside is 24.39. So it's been a weak stock early on, and it is oversold on the daily and intraday time frames, but it is trying to firm up. Look at this lag on TradingView. I don't know why my charts aren't populating. I hate it when they struggle here. Seems to be just that 15-minute time frame, but CZR looks a little bit more constructive here for a potential reversal, guys. Alright, SoundHound coming in a little bit more now. Come on down, Sound. Look at Caesar. CZR pushing here. It's weird. It seems that it's just specific time frames. Like my 15-minute time frame is lagging. My 5, 10, and 15 is lagging. My hourly chart seems to be okay. Daily seems to be okay. Maybe it's just a smaller time frame. It says the stream is excellent connection, but it's definitely lagging. Like, look at this chart. It won't even populate. Gotta go back to SPY. At least the SPY 15-minute is holding. Come on, sound. You know you want to give up some of the goods. Still above 120. SPY still negative. Qs are positive. Apple struggling. Google struggling. Amazon struggling. Meta could be looking to go negative as well, but still holding positive price. Still waiting on SoundHound to see a little bit more distribution here. I think we can see that 1480 retest on Sound, if not lower, but the markets are just holding in a sideways chop pattern for the time being. Carvana turning from red to green on CVNA. Rivian still up 2.4. HIMS is still down 3. AI still down 23%, but it's had a magnificent bounce. AI. How's that? Do I consider re-entering run puts? Is that what ticker you're looking at? Sorry, my screen's just a little chopped off here. Yeah, I mean, run is seeing a nasty reversal. It's looked like it's had multiple attempts at trying to break out, and they keep getting met with sell side pressure. So yeah, I think run 11.50, $11 puts are still interesting. Looks like a nice failed breakout today. Definitely seeing a little bit more distribution. CZR, guys, trying to wake up here. CZR, that was one of our pre setups that I discussed earlier on in the stream. Nice bounce. Look at that sell on Caesar. Now it's seeing that red to green reversal, even as the markets are going through a bit of distribution. Chipotle green. UNH getting hit really hard here. That's gone through quite a bit of sell side pressure, retesting its opening range low on UNH. Look at this Caesar, guys. Almost going positive. Breaking out of a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders that I was just discussing. So 5-minute inverse head and shoulders breakout on watch for CZR. It's starting to shake and move. SPY still hanging on underneath that opening range. UNH really sold off. ALB, Albemarle Marley, still doing quite well. Come on, Sound, what are you doing? Apple still looks like a bear flag. You have Nvidia going selling now. SoundHound still up over 17% and holding steady. UNH catching a bit of a bounce. Some minor selling occurring in sound now. Finally seeing a little bit. See if we can engulf this candle on the 15-minute chart. IWM continue to go lower here, guys. Come on down, sound. Again, SPY looks like it wants to retest this EMA on the 5-minute. UNH trying to see some selling. Tesla's holding steady. Tesla is into a wide range red bar potential breakdown zone, but holding steady right now, Tessie. Tessie is holding quite steady. Carvana back to the negative side. AMD curling slightly lower. Look at Citigroup. Sure thing. See, I don't know why these charts don't want to load. Yeah, financials are weak today, right? Citigroup certainly curling down. It's bouncing off of the lows, but it probably looks like it wants to retest the lows. Apple's looking weak again. IWM curling down, that's looking pretty heavy. my SPY chart doing? Excuse me. Nvidia curling down. SPY chart. Little SPY chart. Why don't you want to load? Here, here looks like it could try to target that gap fill around 182-ish. Why is my SPY chart not loading? This is pissing me off here. Alright, seeing a little bit of a bounce there. It's bouncing the S&P. Really big bounce occurring. Apple's still looking a little bit bearish. Soundhound coming in a little bit. SPY still holding steady. IWM's catching a little bit of a 5-minute chart bounce. Palantir still looks super, super weak, guys. PLTR. Is negative. IWM's negative. Qs are about to go negative here. Microsoft still pushing. Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, negative on the tape. Nvidia, negative on the tape. Curling to the downside right now on. PLTR puts look pretty good right now. It's definitely underperforming the market. I think PLTR could try to come and test this gap. It's certainly looking weaker than the market. This is usually a strong stock that holds things steady, but PLTR definitely coming in a little bit here. Buy still looking heavier. Downtown really giving up the goods. That CZR, guys. Pushing. Pushing. Just giving up about half of its gains. CEO sold in Palantir or Citigroup. Palantir, I guess. No, the 11:30 reports won't impact the markets that much. They're minor yields. I mean, obviously, if it was horrific, the bid under yields, then maybe, but I don't anticipate it to. All right, Soundhound finally starting to look a little bit heavier here. A little bit heavier. Big thing is Tesla gonna give up any of the goods? Is Tesla gonna give up any of the gains to take this market lower? Sound, come on down, Soundhound. CEO sold on Palantir. Thank you for that information there, IE. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of Palantir insider selling. But obviously the CEO that's a nice splash across the headlines. Do they know something? The big question is Nancy Pelosi selling? All the craziness with Donald Trump trying to call her out for insider trading. All right, Tesla, one of the stronger mag names on the session, is coming through a bit of distribution. That's kind of what I'm watching to see. If Tesla pulls back, it's likely going to indicate probably an entire market pullback. It's been holding quite steady here. Soundhound looking a little bit heavier here, guys. My average is 55 cents, so I'm still down on my $15 puts, but I still think that this name is beyond extended intraday. And it's just been going through a lot of margin calls, short selling, covering. Come on down. Sound. Spread is again popping, blowing out here on Soundhound. It is trying to blow out. A little bit of a bigger drop coming in now. IWM still negative. Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon negative. Tesla still holding above 342. What an amazing trade for us, Tesla. I remember that earnings print. Our call options basically were dusted, but that put hedge netted us a nice 175% gain. And then all of a sudden we're back here. Our 340 calls are in the money for September. Beautiful price action. We netted on the short side of Tesla and we banked on the long side of Tesla. So nice job if you caught that with me, members. I'm very happy with how that went. But I sold half of Tesla today. 340 September calls. I have one contract left. Come on down, Sound. Press it lower. Palantir, come on down. Rivian, come on down. SPY. Backtest your 5-minute chart support, SPY. Come on. Still just range bound here for now. Correction, Carp has announced plans to sell up to 9.97 million additional shares by September. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's great news. Great information. Palantir curling down. QQQ, will the Qs go negative today? It's looking like maybe they're trying. They're trying. Look at PLTR, guys. That's trying to curl to the downside. Give us a new low. Test the lows, PLTR. QQQ obviously is the stronger indice on the session. Sound, what are you doing? Tough name. SPY pushing right back up. Big push back up in the S&P here, led by Nvidia, Tesla, Mr. Microsoft ripping here at 0.8%. So interestingly enough, let's look at RSP. Yeah, RSP. Look at the divergence. So you're getting some under the hood selling in these equity markets, but you're getting mega cap tech trying to pump here. So big divergence between RSP and mega caps, guys. So very large divergence. How did that MNDY do? Still. Let's look at Joby. Joby's making a nice little breakout push. Let's look at HIMS again. HIMS is trying to hold that $50 level. IWM trying to stage a bit of a bounce. Come on, to retest the lows of the day. Retest the lows of the day. UNH still up 1.3%. Still holding steady here on Soundhound. Still holding strength. IWM curling down a little bit. Apple still looking pretty bearish intraday. SoFi's had a nice move to the upside. AI still down 22. Open up almost 9. SPED up 10. Intel up 6.67 on Intel. And you notice the move on Intel that happens shortly after Trump says the CEO is basically garbage and needs to resign. It's crazy how this market works, eh? The manipulation on both sides. Dems and Republicans. I mean, you know Trump's trading this market quite extraordinarily well. Maybe not as well as Nancy, but the insider trading is crazy. It's so obvious, blatantly obvious. All right, so SPY's just holding slightly steady here. Chipotle's made a nice move. I'm so upset I missed that VRTX. That's up 3.66%. What a monster. Healthcare stocks certainly showing some strength today. You're seeing a little bit of capital rotate. What's the strongest sector in the market today? Let me just take a peek. So you actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sectors negative. You have communications positive, tech positive, healthcare positive, and consumer discretionary positive. So your strongest sector on the session is healthcare and communications. So XLC and XLV are your two strong sectors. Your weakest right now is your staples. No, sorry, energy. Energy, materials, transports are also weak. DJT, Dow Jones Transports. That's very weak today. But yeah, healthcare is definitely strong today. Outperforming the S&P, the Qs, and the IWM. It's kind of what we were expecting. Copper's negative. Tesla's just floating and grinding right now. Palantir in a holding pattern, Nvidia in a holding pattern, Apple in a holding pattern. Just some theta burn across the board occurring in the tape right now. Regional banks are struggling today. Financials are slightly negative. XLF. See something from my perspective. SPY's still holding steady here. IWM curling down, guys. Yeah, it's definitely going to cause concern for sure. You'll have some people trying to front run that on Palantir. But it's good information. Alright, Soundhound, come on. Get some profit taking. Do do. Do do. Do do. Nvidia is still holding steady. Apple floating and grinding. Intel's taking a bit of a breather. Sound taking a minor breather. Tesla still strong on the tape. Let's look at some of those cryptos. ETH, Ethereum still holding steady. BTC after a big decline, trying to consolidate. Microsoft still doing well today. Your semiconductors are up 1.1%, holding steady. IWM's been pretty much weak all session. That's struggling. Right, S&P curling slightly lower, still waiting on Soundtown, $15 puts. Right now, Ethereum still holding steady. I think there's going to be an epic short on this BMNR. I think we could see a pretty sharp reversal on Ethereum today. The way the Dixie's reacting, I'm thinking the Dixie's going to keep trending higher throughout the course of the day. So eventually crypto is going to see, but BMNR, one more sweep of the highs should be a good short. Even in here for put options next week looks, or for the end of the week look kind of intriguing. Palantir trying to make a move higher, S&P curling lower, IWM still holding negative price action. Tesla's at 344.50. What a monster on Tessie. SPY is curling down right now. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of distribution, guys. So Qs look like they want to go negative here. Rivian curling down. Crude oil still up 1.1. Gold getting slaughtered today. Getting a short-term potential bearish cross of the 7 and 20 on the 15-minute chart here. It hasn't occurred yet. They are trying to hold it. UNH still holding steady. AMD still acting okay. Apple floating higher. Nvidia still acting okay. This is your aggressive short zone on SPY. A pierce of these 15 and sorry, a pierce of the 20 and 7 moving average here is your aggressive short zone on SPY. Rivian starting to curl a little bit lower. PLTR coming into an aggressive short zone. Morning. So SPY's trying to negate that little bearish cross of the 7 and 20 for the time being. We'll see if it's still your aggressive short zone. A peak above that 637.19 is a short. Still seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure off that tape, but Nvidia's getting some volume here intraday, so that's trying to perk up. Microsoft has pulled back. Apple's had a nice bounce. Google, Amazon, Meta's still negative. Tesla's still a beast on the session. There's your Pierce. That's your aggressive short. It's risky. Your stop loss would be a 5-minute close above this 10:30, 10:45 candle. That is your short zone on SPY, guys. SPY's still hanging in there. Yeah, SPY's definitely holding bullish technical patterns. I agree, Ram. You've triggered that inverse head and shoulders. It's there for sure. And you're consolidating. You've broken out here. And the upside pattern target that we discussed in the pre-market on this bullish pattern, as long as you hold above this neckline, is 655, 656. That's your upper target for this bullish pattern that is triggered on SPY. There'll be a little bit of near-term resistance at your double top if you were to squeeze today. Big push in the equity market coming into play. $655 this week. That's like, I'll call it within a month to 2 months, maybe sooner. We'll see though. So a really big bounce in the S&P 500, phenomenal bounce. Still thinking that there could be some sell side pressure in Ethereum today, so just be mindful of that. Right now, ETH is up 1.47. People are chasing BMNR. I would be very cautious. Soundhound still holding steady. Big push in SPY. It's coming through Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Meta's back to green. Apple's trying to go green. Dixie still up 0.3%. Testing that prior day high. Big bounce in the equities. Monster 15-minute candle in the S&P. Where is that liquidity coming from? Alright guys, I'm going to short SPY at a sweep of this high. I'll short SPY at a sweep of this high. Yeah, I like 637 puts as well. 638s are a little more conservative, so I agree with that. That's a good play there, JP. 637 puts at a sweep of this high, I'll play some zeros. That guys. IWM SPY Qs are all green. Qs are still leading the charge. SPY's lagging. Retesting prior day high. Big push in the S&P. Monster push in SPY, guys. I'm gonna get ready to short here. It's your 637 puts, or that's what I'm doing, guys. I'm getting ready for 637 puts. Sweep of these highs. 638.58. Good call there, Ram. Good call. Pre-market high 638.58. Nice spot there. Ethereum trying to push higher here as well. Yeah, see decline there, Duolingo. That's a filthy sweep. All right, guys, I'm getting ready here on SPY. I'm getting very close on SPY. We're going for a new high a day here. There's a new high. Size appropriately. This is risky. Of course, it's 0 DTEs. It's super risky. Here's your high of day sweep. Nvidia seeing a little bit of distribution. I never entered there, guys, but hitting a double top. I was looking for a little bit more into the 638 zone. Meta back green, Tesla 4.61. Georgiana saying the VIX looks like it'll drop more. Let's take a peek at the VIX. Yeah, it does look like it will drop now into this gap window. Let's see what the UVXY is doing. See, the UVXY and the VIX are totally different charts. UVXY sweeping those lows. A little bit of a positive divergence forming on the UVXY. RAM entered the 638 puts. Nicely done. Still waiting for one more little push on SPY, and then I'm entering some 637 0 DTEs. BM&R puts up here look interesting. I think BM&R is going to run into Ethereum just made another high sweep, so I think BM&R puts are very, very good entry here, guys. BM&R puts. Here comes SPY. We're almost there for entry. Almost. Alright guys, I'm in SPY puts, got filled at 33 cents. 33 cents, 637. Absolutely moonshotting here. Look at that pump. Whoa. That is crazy. Monster pump there. Look at the breakout candle on SPY. That is a huge move. We're now hitting that hourly chart resistance. What a monster candle there. Look at SPY pushing and PLTR, which is a market stock, not really participating for now. Quite interesting. With SPY, what a rip there. Yeah, you're right. Touching pre-market high right now. Look at the push. Mega cap tech lifting. Apple's gone positive. Nvidia back to positive. Q's, IWM, SPY are all green. Monster push coming into the market here. A little bit of a short squeeze. Is the market wanting new all-time highs? Perhaps. Yeah, market's still in squeeze mode. I agree. I agree. Ethereum is seeing a little bit of top wicks here. Could see BM&R come in pretty sharply here. If Ethereum's marked a high, bit of a double top sweep there on BM&R. SPY's still trending here. IWM's moving, Dixie's softening. Apple back to the negative side. Microsoft up 1%, so Microsoft had a big squeeze candle there. Nvidia's trying to push for new highs itself. SPY still holding technical structure here. SPY is squeezing. Heavy squeeze. Gold still down 1.5. Nvidia is still acting quite well. Still looking a little heavy here. SPY is still just hanging on here. 15-minute candle break into that hourly chart resistance. 14 minutes left in this hourly candle. We are sweeping some hourly chart liquidity here. Obviously, there's still 14 minutes left. Let's see if we get a back test to our opening range high. That's where the bulls will want to try to defend price. Ethereum still acting well. Still negative. Microsoft and Nvidia have pushed up nicely. Tesla obviously been surging all day. Meta back up. 772 on deck. Nvidia looks like it wants one more push here. Ethereum did print another new daily high there. 43.54. I'm a little bit long in the tooth here for ETH. Soundhound trying to push. We do have CPI, 8:30 a.m. Inflation data. SPY is back testing this little hourly chart previous support zone. I'm seeing some top wicks here, guys. SPY's looking a little bit heavier here. IWM curling down, Nvidia seeing some distribution, Ethereum looking a little heavier. Could we see a big potential top in Ethereum today? Still trying to push. little bit of distribution hitting the tape. SPY still holding above that hourly chart resistance. This hourly candle did close above it. We're looking to see if it can confirm that breakout or if that's a big hourly chart liquidity sweep. Dixie's trying to bounce a little bit. Yields have softened. VIX is negative. SPY, Q's, IWM all positive. QQQ is still leading the intraday charge to the upside. Q's are the strongest indice. I'm just having a little bit of lunch here, guys, so I'm a little bit quiet on the mic. Obviously, if anything changes with the trades, I'll jump back on. I am here watching things. Still looking at PLTR, looks a little bit weak. I think PLTR could retest the lows. BMNR, I think, is putting a little bit of a high. I think Ethereum is putting a high. So let's see. Let's see what happens here. Sound is getting a little bit heavier here. Come on down, Soundhound. Still riding those $15 puts for end of the week on Sound. We had a chance to take some profits early in the morning off of this dip, but I'm looking for more. Yep, BMNR coming down. That's right. I think ETH is very close to a cycle top here. Or maybe not a cycle top, but a near-term top for the next like 1 to 2 months. Yep. SPY puts are starting to wake up. It's interesting, both JP and I have a very different strategy of trading, but we both decided to enter SPY puts and shorts. So we both clearly have our strategies in confluence off of that zone. Ethereum still holding at 43.50, Bitcoin above 120. Gold still getting clobbered, down 1.5%. Dixie's trying to move up slightly. Nvidia still holding constructive consolidation. Tesla still pushing 345.50. Apple, Google, Amazon are your weak spots of the market today. But Apple's definitely seen a significant bounce. Again, I think Palantir has a strong chance at filling that gap that week and maybe even doing it today if we go through a bit of sell side. Palantir's been underperforming the market, and when a market leading stock starts to underperform the major indices, you have to take notice of that and observation because it has been an absolute relentless monster, Palantir, boasting a very sharp, steep valuation. Soundhound, come on, let's see if we can take these puts green. We've been patient with this Soundhound. Imagine they snaked all this liquidity today and took Soundhound negative. We're talking about a 15% drop. Long shot, but that would be epic. SPY still holding steady. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Ethereum seeing some heavy selling as well. SPY back under 638. Here. Come on. Take these puts in the money, guys. Could see a little bit of a bounce back here on prior day high, but look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful drop, guys. Puts are printing. If you wanted to trim there, by all means, but I'm looking for more. Again, you can't get a bounce here. This is your opening range, prior day high zone. We'll see if they want to bounce it at all. BMNR looking pretty heavy here, guys. Look at BMNR coming in. Ethereum could be putting in a top right now. Let's take BMNR down. Let's grab Mr. Lee's liquidity. A nice double top there. Soundhound is still a beast. BMNR still looking heavy. Come on down. Still up 22% BMNR. It's still up 22%. SPY. Look at SPY puts printing. Well done if you took that trade with us, guys. Well done if you took that trade. Please hit that like button, guys. If you're wanting to trim, by all means you can, but I'm looking for take us down to cooperate. Come on, take our 637s. Backtest this lower boundary zone. Look at BM&R, guys. Dropping like a rock. Dropping like a rock. Let's go. Come on down. Members know. Look at BM&R. We gave you that one. Members, we're already printing on our put options that we took. Beautiful dump. SPY puts, guys, are absolutely printing here. This is amazing. Palantir's ripping to the downside. Look at BM&R go. Boom. Boom. Let's go. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Palantir and BM&R are getting absolutely demolished. SPY coming in heavy here. Whee! Look at BM&R, guys. That is a filthy decline. That is filthy. Alright, guys. I just trimmed half of my SPY puts there. Half of my SPY puts I trimmed. We are melting. Nice gain there, guys. Trimmed half of my SPY puts. Beautiful job there. Beautiful job. Moving stop to break even. 33 cents. Nice gains. Beautiful trades there, guys. If you caught that with us, excellent. BM&R trying to bounce. Palantir trying to bounce. Markets are trying to bounce. JP, nice job on your call out. He also took those puts, just with a little bit of a farther date. That's what we were just discussing. JP and I have two different strategies, and we both took pretty much the same trade, just with different expirations, so. We just need the Sound Hound to cooperate, but BM&R's printing. That was a swing short that we just entered with our members, pretty much at the highs. That was a filthy. We entered BM&R short right here, 12.25. That was crazy. Palantir's looking pretty weak too, guys. Palantir coming in. SPY's trying to stabilize. Sound is still holding steady up here. This is the next one to drop. We're waiting for this name to drop. Ethereum trying to catch a bit of a bounce. BM&R trying to bounce off of its value area high. ETH back testing its prior day high. Nvidia now curling in, so that could be extra downside price on the market. Palantir still looking pretty weak. Palantir going lower. Palantir looks like it wants the lows of the day, guys. PLTR looks like it wants the lows of the session. SPY's still trying to hang in there. Thanks, bro. Yeah, so 65% on that first trim of SPY. Not too bad. Trade is risk-free now. We have a nasty bear flag forming, lowercase h pattern on Bitcoin's 10-15 hourly chart. It's looking pretty filthy. Looks like we could see a decent decline continuation in crypto. Dixie's looking pretty strong, guys. Remember that Dixie spike that we discussed in the pre-market? If they push this market there, we could see an absolute beast of a push there. But crypto's looking pretty weak right now. Palantir with a nice little bounce. Soundhound still holding steady here. Still holding steady. And Ethereum still looking heavy here. Nvidia appears to be wanting to go back to the negative side of price. Still holding above its opening range high, but below its PDH, prior day high. Again, Ethereum could see a pretty decent fall here, guys. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to take Ethereum back to the negative side. Silver juniors have caught a nice bid. Canopy growth still surging here. Citigroup down 0.5%. UNH still up 1.6. HIMS is still down 1.75. Chipotle's made a nice move. That's up 1%. Come on, give us a breakdown here. Still holding runners on SPY, which were still up nicely on those SPY puts. Everyone should have been able to catch SPY puts with us. 65% on first trim, and we're looking for more. I'm looking for these 637s to get in the money. We could even look for a potential retest of this little 15-minute chart support, downsloping trend line. Let's get it. Ethereum looking heavy, Bitcoin looking like it's going to lose 120, Nvidia curling down, VIX is perking up. Let's see what we got here, guys. Let's see what is happening in the market. Come on down, Soundhound. SPY puts are still ripping here, guys. Come on down, SPY. Knife it. Knife it. SPY losing prior day high. SPY back inside of its opening range, 15-minute range. Soundhound now trying to curl to the downside. Palantir bouncing off a prior day low. Come on, get these in the money. They'll explode. Ethereum get. Guys, please hit that like button on the stream. Nice little banger there on SPY. Surprised Soundhound is staying this firm. I'm still seeing a back end afternoon sell-off in that name, or maybe they just want to keep it pinned here and gap it down tomorrow, trap some bullish liquidity. Palantir getting a nice bounce. Ethereum, BMNR trying to hold steady. IWM's under its point of control. SPY right now inside of a heavy 15-minute failed breakout candle. Intel still doing well. BMNR up 22. Sound up 15.5. Yeah, that point of control bounces around like crazy. Especially if you're using a close one, right? So yeah, I can see them keeping it pinned here, but we should go a little lower. Imagine they gap and crack this market down all the way to a gap here, 632 on SPY. That would be filthy. I would love that. I would love that. De-risking ahead of CPI. That would be epic. I would love to see that. It's a long shot, but what would that do? That would put SPY basically down. Right now it's slightly positive, but it would only be down 0.8%. It could happen. Stranger things have happened. But imagine SPY fills that CPI gap. That would be a huge hourly trap because you got that hourly bullish candle close above this wide range red bar breakdown. Now they're selling into that. This is the troublesome of being a breakout buyer. Sometimes it works, but when it doesn't, I mean, they just absolutely knife you, right? Nvidia curling down. Ford's negative. AI still down 23. Ethereum trying to test 43.14. Come on, ETH, come back down. Ethereum selling off even more. Watch BMNR. Watch BMNR, guys. Ethereum getting heavy here. ETH is getting heavy. Come on, get these 637s in the money. Rams max down levels are around 635, but if you're saying 632, that's crazy. Yes, you're right, a big day coming. Yeah, I don't know if 632 is going to happen. It's not my base case. But that gap is just huge, right? And the fact that we're having a bit of a failed breakout here on the hourly chart leads me to think that we can hit to that gap. Am I betting on that gap today? No, but are we writing puts? Yes. You know, if we leave runners from the 637s into 632 there, I mean, those would be huge. That would be a grand slam. Would I likely cover before that? Yeah, probably. I'm looking for a flush into this 636 pierce, this high volume 15-minute candle off of our open. I'm looking for a retest of that. I think that's where we could look for. Soundhound getting a little bit heavier here. Like to see that. Stock coming under pressure. Ethereum getting heavy, guys. That's going to hit BMNR. Watch BMNR because the ETH is selling here. ETH is selling here. Come on down. It's your time to shine. Do, 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 do. Still writing sound puts. Those have been hard. Those have been a hard trade today. Those are end of the week, so we got time. Trying to defend SPY here a little bit. ETH tested 4,300 there. So Ethereum did see a little bit of a drop. Below 4,300 again on ETH, guys. Look at ETH getting heavier. Soundhound getting heavier. Come on. Do, 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 do. Soundhound getting heavy. Drop it down, Sound. SPY's holding steady here, just under prior day high. Backtesting a value area high here on SPY. There is some support. Soundhound's getting heavy. Is ETH going to give us a nasty little daily topping tail? That would be beautiful. Got that on the hourly chart. SPY's still trying to hold steady here. Well, give us more. Give us more. ETH is trying to bounce. BMNR is trying to bounce a little bit. All right, Nvidia big bounce, still holding positive price. Bitcoin still up, holding 120. ETH holding 4,300. Google, Amazon, Apple negative. Tesla up 4.44%. Meta up 0.34. Microsoft up 3/4. Apple down 0.41. Nvidia up 0.28. SPY, QQQ, and IWM all green. Dixie's still trying to push higher a little bit. Strip down low on SPY, break it. Break it, break it, break it. What are we sitting on here for support? We got that 5-minute EMA, still a little bit lower that we're likely going to test on SPY. Ethereum, big bounce. Bitcoin bounce. Dixie's trying to move up again. DXY, floating and grinding, guys. DXY, floating and grinding. DXY is stronger than the indices right now. It's above its opening ranges, above pre-market high. Whereas you have your main indice trading inside that opening range. So, will we see more distribution today? There is a strong chance of that. Come on down, Sound. Come on down, man. You're such a beast. You're still up 15.2. Give some of that back. Same thing with BM&R. I'd love to see them take BM&R negative. That would be filthy. It'd be a big bull trap by Tom Lee. SPY getting heavier. Take us to a new low there, SPY. Come on. You know you want to. You know you want to. Come and test this trend line. Come and test it. Sorry, I'm breathing heavy. Just doing some push-ups while we wait for this market. Alright, Dixie's still trying to push. Sound is stubborn. Stubborn stock. BMNR getting a big bounce. Dixie's still trying to pop a little bit. Microsoft still acting well. SPY dropping lower there. Puts her back up printing. 637s are approaching in the money. We looking heavy. We looking heavy. Damn Soundhound. Freaking brutal. Trying to pump as the market falls? What is up with that? What a beast. What a beast. They really don't want that falling. SPY 5-minute bear flag. Trying to break down here. Ethereum still trying to bounce. Palantir still looking a little heavy. IWM flagging bear flag. Right under point of control. Interesting. Come on, SPY. Take our puts in the money. Here we go. Here we go, guys. They are printing. SPY puts are printing. $637s are approaching in the money here, guys. We're almost pushing 100%. Excuse me. Almost pushing 100% on SPY puts. Let's do it up. BMNR still coming in. ETH seeing a little more selling. Dollars trying to push. Palantir still looking a little bit bearish. Come on, SPY. Punch it to 637. I'm going to trim another little bit at 637, guys, when these puts get the money, and then I'll leave some runners. But as soon as we hit 637, if we do, I'll trim. Here we are. Boom, guys, I just trimmed up 100% there. SPY. All right. Now we just leave some runners. Let's see how nasty this wants to get. So 637 puts in the money. Nice trade there. Wonderful job if you caught that with us. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Please hit that like button. Another 100% trade there on SPY. Still looking for Palantir, BMNR to go lower. Rivian should go lower, but holding steady because of strength in Tesla. SPY's bouncing off of its OR low, but we should pierce that zone. I'm thinking next support here is around 637.56, guys. Come on, PLTR, break it down, break it down. Can't believe how strong this friggin' Soundhound is. That's brutal. That is brutal. Sound. Short squeezing. So again, guys, I am out of the majority of my SPY puts. I've got a couple runners left. But took 65%, 100% trims. And the trade is risk-free. Let's see if we can get some lower price action. BMNR now is seeing a little bit more selling, guys. BMNR is the next big heavy hitter. I think that's going to see a nice decline. Look at ETH. ETH looking heavy, bouncing off its pre-market high. But if it loses that, ETH is probably going back to 4,200, guys. So watching these names very, very closely. Come on down, BMNR. Wow, Soundhound is ripping to the upside here. What a friggin' monster. Quite shocked. SPY is bouncing slightly off of point of control. So 636.93 is a decent area for SPY. There is some support there. So if SPY loses this zone here, 637, we should flush to 635.30. 635.30 is your next big zone for SPY. Look at BMNR, guys, coming in hard. Coming in hard. Come on, ETH. ETH, go negative, ETH. ETH is still at 0.91%. I want ETH to go negative, baby. Soundhound's still a beast right now. ETH is still looking pretty heavy here, guys. Ethereum still coming in. Come on down, BMNR. A little bit of a lowercase h pattern inside of a wide range red bar sell-off. This has a high probability of breaking lower. A little bit of intraday technical analysis for you. Sell-off, bounce occurred, staying inside wide range red bar, potential little lower high off of a double top. Bear flag, lowercase h, back inside your opening range. Come on, BMNR. Ethereum should go lower. It's just trying to defend its pre-market low here. Sorry, pre-market high. I should say pre-market high it's trying to defend. But the question is, will it? Will it defend that? Palantir is still under 185, but holding prior day low. S&P is still holding at 637. You can see Soundhound's back at its volume shelf, point of control. Bitcoin's back under 120. So BTC still looking pretty weak. So back to SPY here. SPY you can see is bouncing off of that little bit of a lower boundary trend line, opening range low. If Ethereum loses its pre-market high, it's night-night. Dixie's softening a little bit here, guys. IWM's back to the negative side. SPY's still holding green. Flat. Qs are basically slightly flat as well. Trying to bounce off of the support here, but you did have SPY go briefly negative there. But back to holding steady. Big bounce occurring. Ethereum holding pre-market high. Potential 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on Ethereum starting. Gold still getting slaughtered, down 1.65%. Natural gas down 1.76. Crude oil up 1.33. Bitcoin back under 120K. Still positive on the session. Apple, Google, Amazon negative. Nvidia, Microsoft are green. Tesla's obviously green. Trading quite firmly on Tessie. Palantir still looks bearish. 15-minute potential bear flag forming on Palantir's chart. We also have a 15-minute wedge pattern, potential bearish wedge pattern, but right over prior day low for PLTR. We should get a retest of the lows, I think, for PLTR. It's really been putting in lower highs all session. Dixie's still up 0.32%, 31 cents on the session, trading at 98.57. There could be a big market structure change if the Dixie pushes to that $100 psychological number. That would be influential for the markets. Here comes Palantir selling off a little bit more. SPY coming in for another little wave. Come on, Palantir, break it down. Still holding that prior day low. IWM, new lows. IWM selling off more, guys. S&P is still looking pretty weak. Come on, give us a breakdown on the S&P. Crypto's definitely getting sold into here, guys. Ethereum under 43, still holding that pre-market high, but when you lose that pre-market high on Ethereum, it could be night-night for BMNR and crypto. There goes BMNR. More sell-side pressure. Come on. Dixie softening though. BMNR getting heavy. This BMNR chart, guys. Is it going to end a daily topping tail? Potentially, eh? Lowercase h pattern coming into play for BMNR, guys. It's BMNR. Potential head and shoulders forming on the 10-minute Ethereum chart. Potential. That would support this BMNR. So you can see a little head and shoulders trying to form right over pre-market highs. So if they do night, you're going to have a lot of people try to buy the opening range high and prior day high. But this consolidation, if it triggers this pattern, it's going to knife through this support liquidity, and you're going to have a hard drop below 4,200 here for ETH. So if this triggers this head and shoulders, that's some troublesome price action. That would definitely help our BM&R puts on the swing trade side. SPY is trying to stabilize here. I have sound coming in a little bit, guys. So finally seeing a little bit of a decline in that news. IWM still looking heavy here, guys. IWM still looking pretty heavy. Apple's looking pretty heavy here, guys. So Apple really starting to take it on the chin. Getting an alert on Twilio here. Let's see what that name is doing. TWLO. Interesting. Twilio going lower into a nice Fibonacci level. Aggressive long trade on TWLO. Don't know if I like it though. Let's look at Caesar. That name's right back down to the lows as well. Interesting. Freaking Palantir pushing right back up. Soundhound is still a monster. SPY melting lower. IWM melting. Freaking Soundhound won't give it up. Palantir pushing back up. SPY's looking heavier here, much heavier. IWM new lows. Ethereum trying to bounce. BMNR stabilizing. Palantir moving up. Sound trying to push up. HIMS is still down a couple percent. Tripping. Ethereum still bouncing off free market high. DMNR flagging sideways. Soundhound still steady. SPY is going lower. SPY puts are absolutely money, guys. Printing on SPY puts. Whoa, ho, ho. Bang, bang, guys. Hitting some 5-minute. Yep, nasty, filthy dump there. That was absolutely filthy. And there should be a little bit more. There was enough consolidation to take us through this EMA, but this EMA is naturally a support level, but that was filthy. They spiked all the way up above 80 cents a con there, guys. So pushed almost 150% there. Ethereum still holding steady. Nvidia took a sell there. Will Nvidia go back to the negative side? Apple's certainly looking heavy still. Microsoft holding quite steady, but coming in a little bit. Tesla holding steady. IWM looking pretty weak. Sweeping some lower pivot. We should sweep these lows on IWM. This big gap up low reversal, we should sweep, I think, both of these lows. IWM prior day low sweep. We should sweep that. Waiting for sound to come in. No movement in sound yet. I'm so surprised this name is just holding this steady here. Bitcoin's still selling off. Ethereum still up about 1.27, but head and shoulders on the 10-minute could be coming into play very shortly. SPY going even lower here, guys. Contracts are still ripping. Ripping! Look at that dump on SPY, guys. Contracts are printing 88 cents, 90 cents on that spike. Oh my goodness gracious me. Good day to be short the indice off of this high pivot breakout. You've absolutely snaked all of this liquidity. Now, if we were to do this simple measured move from... That's filthy. If we were to do that measured move from... So the low from the high, look where we should go down here, guys. TP. 635 down here. This is a failed breakout on SPY using this measured move. Since we broke out from the opening range low, if we measure this move and use it from the opening range high failure, measured move gives us down to 635.60. So there should be more downside left in this tape. Obviously, either you're hitting 5-minute EMA support. That is a big level. That is a big level. But we looking heavy. Ethereum still trying to bounce. Dixie's softened a little bit. Palantir still trying to bounce. Freaking Palantir, eh? Pretty. Gold's still down, but bouncing off of the lows for gold. Yields are still soft. Some clear distribution ahead. Soundhound just does not move. What a beast. What a beast. Unless they're saving it for a late day sell-off. One can hope. Ethereum still holding pre-market high, holding 4,300 right now. Bitcoin under 120, still positive on the session. IWM still looking heavy. 219.54 is where IWM looks to have its next support. 219.54 on IWM is its value area low. Come on down, Sound. You're due for a big pullback here, Sound. You've been a monster, just trading relentlessly. QQQ, Amazon, Apple, everything is selling off here. S&P is still trying to hold that EMA. Ethereum still trying to hold steady. SPY still trying to bounce here. Come on down, SPY. BMNR is catching a bit of a bid. ETH is still holding, but still got a potential bearish formation forming on ETH. IWM's catching a stick. SPY's catching a little bit of a stick here to the upside. Nvidia trying to hold steady. Microsoft, Nvidia still green. Tesla, Meta still green. Apple down 0.88. Google down 0.22. Amazon down 0.68%. Canopy Growth still up 24. UNH still up 1.16, but pulled off of the highs. HIMS is still down 2.2. How's Oscar doing today, guys? I haven't looked at that name. Okay, Oscar's flat on the tape, but it's got a lot of top wicks in this region. Interesting. Palantir now curling back lower. It's continuing to melt here, guys. Continuing to melt. Ethereum is now selling off. Keep your eye on BMNR. That 15-minute bear flag could trigger. Ethereum back under 4,300, going for another pre-market high retest. Come on, chop us down here. Chop us down. We're still pressing these SPY puts, guys. They're absolutely beasting here. Anyone still riding those 637? Those runners are absolutely flying. Flying. A nice grand slam hit today. Come on, Soundhound. Soundhound is due, guys. Soundhound is due for a pullback. This name has just been an absolute monster. Look at BMNR now. Ethereum is trying to come in. Let's see if this 10-minute chart pattern triggers, guys, on Ethereum. That would support this bear flag breaking on BMNR. Come on down, BMNR. IWM's trying to bounce. They are knifing. SPY my run high. Solid wick here. Very solid bounce. Ethereum still under 43, but holding above pre-market high. BMNR looking like a pretty bearish flag here. Big bounce in the S&P 500, really sharp bounce. They're trying to hold the S&P 500 here. IWM is bouncing back to its point of control. 220.44 is a short zone on IWM, so just under $1 away. Dixie softening a touch. Bitcoin still positive, but looking weak. Big bid there in the S&P. Dixie softening here. That's why the markets are trying to bounce a little bit. We'll see if they snake that liquidity. Ethereum still above pre-market high. Come on, take Bitcoin and crypto negative. Take it negative. Rivian's curling down here. Tesla's giving up quite a bit of gains itself. So Tesla's looking a little bit bearish intraday. Apple's still curling to the downside. SPY's trying to hold steady. Palantir's still stuck in a wedge pattern. Sound is still just consolidating at the highs here. SPY is still struggling under that opening range low. Rivian's looking a little bit more heavier here, breaking a key support level, 1196 in the near term. Come on, Ethereum. Ethereum still looks heavy here. Break it down, Ethereum. Dixie's softening though, potentially trying to trigger a 10-minute head and shoulders, but I think that that's going to be a false pattern. So you should see BMNR go a little bit lower, especially if Ethereum breaks down. Ethereum's close to taking its next leg lower. Soundhound trying to push back up. Oh, Soundhound. Absolutely hate you right now, Sound. Tier curling back down, testing that 185 zone. SPY still under 637. Tier getting rejected off of its upper boundary wedge pattern. Hard rejection. Back testing 185 now. They might try to take Rivian negative. It's looking pretty heavy here. So IWM almost hit its point of control. Came within a few pennies of missing it. Bitcoin still slightly positive. Ethereum still leading Bitcoin. Hard rejection on PLTR. Hard rejection off of that wedge. Come on down, SPY. Nvidia is still holding steady. Microsoft's given up quite a bit of its gains. That's curling down, looking pretty heavy on MSFT, guys. Bitcoin seeing more selling right now. Bitcoin getting heavier as well. SPY's still trying to bounce here. Crypto liquidity is getting heavier here. Dixie has softened over the last few minutes. Sound is trying to make a move higher. Look at Root, ROOT, sure thing. Root, unusual activity there, might be a pop, might have bullish intent. ROOT, Root. Yeah, Root's been decimated here. Yeah, you're sitting right on that weekly EMA, so there should be a bounce here. That's a strong level. That is a strong level, but SPY's coming in, so. But yeah, Root could be due for a bit of a bounce here. There's certainly some support there. Still shaking out those some earnings volatility, so just be careful with that one. SPY coming lower here. Palantir, come on down. SPY, come on down. Ethereum still looking heavy. Bitcoin almost going negative. Soundhound still holding. Freaking crazy. Dixie is softening still here. So again, you could be trying to form a little bit of a bottom here on the SPY. Could be. Come on, PLTR. Ethereum's trying to trigger that head and shoulders, guys. Ethereum is testing that neckline. Watch BMNR. Because once you break this little neckline, Ethereum could have a pretty sharp fall. Pretty sharp fall. Still looking at BMNR with a nasty bear flag, but watching that Ethereum chart. Come on, Palantir. Give up this value area low. SPY's still dripping here, guys. Soundhound coming in a little bit. Hood is coming in hard here. Like I said, Hood probably put in that top. Yeah, drop it down, Sound. I know, I'm waiting on Sound too. This thing has been an absolute monster. But really just trading at that point of control. It's a beast, I'm telling you. It's crazy. Ethereum's trying to trigger that head and shoulders. BTC looking to go negative very soon here. Nvidia looking to go negative. Also a lowercase h bear flag on Nvidia 15-minute chart. Things are looking a little bit grimmer in the tape. The LTR still holding this wedge. Wow, it's getting tight. IWM SPY getting a bounce here. You can see how price is a magnet around that EMA. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. Q SPY are all negative. IWM is now the only indice positive. Go figure, eh? So there's been a lot of flipping of rotation today. You know, Qs were leading, SPY was leading, IWM was leading, everything. No one knows what the heck is going on, which when the market's not sure of a clear trend, whichever indice, that spells trouble. When the market is confused, which to me, the market is confused today. You've had Qs take leadership, IWM back and forth. No one really knows where to park their capital ahead of CPI, which is telling me that we could be in for a little bit more choppy sell-off here into the end of the close. Come on, Ethereum, break it down. Nvidia looking heavy here. SoundHound looking a little bit heavier. Palantir still holding steady. Sound is getting heavier. Palantir getting heavier. Nvidia about to go negative. Here we go. Let's see some downside volatility. Come on, Sound. Take it down. Take it down. QQQ getting heavy here. Apple negative. Google, Amazon negative. Meta's about to go negative. Qs are now underperforming the market, guys. You all know what that means. When mega cap tech underperforms, things get heavy. Things get heavy when the market, when the Qs underperform. Still holding that 5-minute EMA. Still have the 637s running. BMNR is bouncing. Ethereum is breaking here, guys. ETH is breaking. But go figure, BMNR is trying to sweep in more liquidity before it goes lower. Watch out. Watch out. Come on, Sound. Big drop on Sound. Late day sell-off. Sound burned a lot of theta. ETH has triggered that head and shoulders. 10-minute candle closes in 4.5 minutes. Palantir still holding. SPY looking for new lows. Nvidia breaking down. Now negative on the tape. Things are looking interesting here, guys. Look at Sound going. Take it down. Town. Let's go. Come on. IWM getting rejected now. QQQ still lagging the entire market now. That's a problem. Bitcoin's negative. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. They're pushing Nvidia downtown. IWMQs are neck and neck for the worst performing indice. BMNR looking like it wants to break down now. It's got a nasty bear flag. BTC has gone back to the slightly positive side. Come on, SPY did print new lows there, guys, but we're still looking to go a little bit lower. Come on, they're trying to bounce a little bit. They're stair-stepping this market down. Hasn't really been that vicious of a sell-off, although our puts have printed. Let's give us the goods is right. Rivian curling down. Palantir looking to break down from its wedge. Ethereum's trying to hold that 10-minute EMA 113. But definitely breaking down on the 10-minute chart. BMNR is going to fall off of a cliff here, I think at least. Oh, SoundHound is a freaking monster, man. SoundHound is just an absolute monster. Doesn't want to give much of it back, but you can see Nvidia is really coming in here looking quite heavy. Apple is trying to stabilize. Tesla looking like it's trying to set up for another downside move. BMNR is trying to get heavy now. Here comes BMNR. Come on, trigger that bear flag, BMNR. Trigger it. Trigger it. Rivian's still looking heavy. Trying to bounce ETH a little bit. They're bouncing Nvidia a little bit. Meta again, gone negative. Microsoft, Nvidia are and Tesla your last megas that are holding steady. BMNR trying to bounce. Rivian here looking pretty heavy. IWM is trying to bounce as well, but still looking pretty heavy. I still think we can test that prior day low. PLTR, come on down. Sound, come on down, sound. Is the move in sound? Are we finally going to get some bigger downward pressure in sound? I'm hoping so. It is looking a bit heavier here. Definitely looking heavier here on sound. Coming into your opening range candle. Palantir breaking down from its wedge pattern. Come on. Let this market go. Let it go. Drop it. They're trying to defend Ethereum here. So BMNR is bouncing. IWM still looking weak. You can still see strength coming back into the S&P 500. You have that 50-day moving average on the 15-minute chart approaching. AMD's almost gone negative. Microsoft's still green. UNH still up 1.15%. So still seeing some strength in healthcare. Natural gas down 2%. Soundhound bouncing. Still riding those 637 runners on SPY. From 33 cents, right now they're testing 90 cents, guys. Huge gain there for SPY. Almost up 200% on those runners. Palantir seeing a little bit more distribution. Sound getting gobbled right back up. Pretty crazy. It's just a stubborn market though. Freaking stubborn. So Ethereum did trigger that 10-minute head and shoulders pattern, but they are trying to bounce off of that EMA. So for the time being, it's acting okay. I gotta stand up for this. We are looking pretty heavy. Palantir still going lower. Freaking Soundhound. SPY still heavy. Look at that, new lows on SPY. Hitting some 50 moving average intraday on your 15-minute chart there. Ethereum's bouncing. SPY's trying to stabilize. Soundhound getting bought right back up. God, this stock is ridiculous, Soundhound. So some pretty decent volume on this 15-minute candle of SPY. Still 2 minutes left, and that's a heavy volume candle, which likely means we should still see more downside off of this level. Maybe they try to chop us sideways for a bit. They're bouncing sound with ferocious strength there. What an impossible stock right now. Just does not want to give up anything. That's crazy. That is a filthy stock right now. Ethereum had a big bounce. S&P trying to bounce. ELTR still holding its value area, this 184.73, but it's broken out of that wedge. Stocks are stubborn, that's for sure. Rivian still looking pretty heavy. Apple has somewhat stabilized here and bouncing. IWM trying to hold steady and bounce. Ethereum is stabilized, retesting that neckline, so it hasn't even given us a complete breakdown yet. Ethereum triggered that neckline, trying to get back above it. So if it closes back above that, all you have to do is now drop that neckline down there. We'll see if it wants to get a close back above that zone. BMNR still just in a sideways bear flag pattern, luring in more liquidity. I still think before we go lower. So your value area high on Soundhound, sorry, your value area low of this recent little move is 1497. So I still, we'll see if it wants to get a late day sell off, but for now, it's one of the stronger stocks in the market, still holding steady. IWMQ's Inspire, just slightly negative. Just slightly negative. You can see you're still trying to capture that 5-minute EMA. Big bounce on Ethereum, Bitcoin back to the positive side, big bounce on Nvidia, piercing that opening range high, getting bought right back up. Dixie right now, potentially putting in a little bit of a bottom to push for a new high of day. I could see the Dixie pushing for another new high of day. So if the Dixie does push here off of its pre-market high level, expect the markets to obviously get a little bit more distribution. Ethereum, big bounce on ETH. ETH is trying to negate that mini head and shoulders. So now we have a bigger one forming, potentially forming. Hasn't triggered yet. But big bounce for Ethereum. Let's calculate the new downside target of the bigger one. So if you trigger the second head and shoulders, then it takes you down to 41.67, kind of by your prior day low. So we'll see if that wants to happen. Yields are still soft. Q's Inspire neck and neck for the worst performing indice. IWM is outperforming. Just give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Open door up 14%. Yeah, that one's just been going through its own little phase. It's still well off of those highs, but because it has such a big trading range, the moves are epic, right? I mean, but we should go lower on open door. But yeah, it's doing well today. Doing quite well. Palantir selling off a little bit more. Dixie's trying to pop. Fucking Soundhound, man. Let's look at some of these other names quickly. Twilio, TWLO. Wow, that one absolutely knifed through my long level. That is crazy decline on TWLO. Twilio. Getting better here, more interested here now. But that is a filthy decline on Twilio. Wow. Quite interesting. How's Pan W doing? I know that name was also under pressure. Palo Alto. Bouncing today. Waters. CNC. Ethereum, still strong bounce in Ethereum. Look at MOH. Molina Healthcare. Yeah, that name's still decimated. Huge downward move. Getting close to a swing long. Getting close. Palantir getting a little heavier here. DLTR starting to lose that potential. Value area high. Nvidia going through another wave of selling, guys. Palantir getting heavier, testing prior day low again. Sound finally coming in. Ethereum stabilized, Nvidia selling. Ethereum now coming back in a little bit, getting rejected off of 4,300 slightly. BTC still holding 119.6. Still trying to hold SPY here. The LTR getting close to losing that zone. Still holding that prior day. Getting close though. Palantir. Palantir breaching prior day low. Let's see if we can get some continuation. Big bounce on SPY there. Whoa. That looked like a bit of a short covering there. Big bounce in the equity markets there. Everything caught a bid. Everything. Let's see if it's a another liquidity grab or if it's a true bounce. What a bounce in Palantir, S&P 500. That is filthy. Is that a volume liquidity grab? Big bounce on Palantir. So that was a bounce because of Trump extending the China tariffs, guys. Trump extending China tariffs. So that's what that bounce was. So it looks like they're grabbing all of that volume and selling into it, guys. It appears to me like they're selling into that volume. Going right back down to the lows, potentially. Look at that volume sell. That was filthy. Ethereum looking for another wave down potentially occurring. Dixie's still trying to hold 98.50. Dixie is still softening here, but holding right at that prior pre-market high. Sorry, Dixie's testing pre-market high. So Dixie is at support. Look at Baba's candle, guys. Whoa. Monster. Just slow dripping this market for now. Slow dripping Palantir. Slow dripping this market. Big volume there on SPY. Are they going to sell into it? We'll find out momentarily. Let's see, Palantir still trying to hold that PDL. Dixie's trying to firm up, but S&P catching a nice bid. Yep, Trump doing Trump things for sure. Trump doing Trump things for sure. Palantir looking a little heavier again. Could be leading the market. Come on, lose this prior day low, Palantir. Underneath all of its 5-minute moving averages. Next moving average support is all the way down here at 183-ish, your opening range low. But they've been dripping it back to that opening range. Market's catching a bit of a bounce here. Trying to hold steady. All indices are still negative. IWM's leading the charge though. Big bounce in SPY. Trump gonna Trump. Yep. Ethereum seeing a little bit more selling. Bitcoin still holding 119.6. BMNR 63, still up 22%. Soundhound still holding steady, right underneath point of control. Palantir lagging the market. Palantir is a leading indicator for this market over the recent few months. Really, Palantir has been definitely an indicator. When Palantir is up, market's generally up. When Palantir is down, market's usually down. It's one of those stocks that people have just been chasing higher and higher. Extraordinary valuation in its compared to its competitors. IWM seeing some top wick, same thing with SPY. Still seeing some weakness creeping in. Ethereum still trying to hold steady above its pre-market high. Amazon down 0.77, Meta down 0.17, Tesla up 3.38, Netflix is green, JP Morgan's green, Lilly up another 2.81%, bouncing off of its atrocious selling. Microsoft slightly green, that's given up quite a bit of its price action. Apple's down 0.71 after that huge move on Friday. Nvidia slightly green. Microsoft looking heavy. Nvidia is still holding above its opening range, looking heavy. Still defending Palantir off that prior day low. Beastin'. Still trying to defend SPY. Yeah. Yeah, I should have that out. There you go. If I move up by 5 cents, it'll look like a pirate. I know. Try to keep it out of the picture, but it likes to make an appearance. Alright, markets are staging a bounce here. Nvidia is still curling down. Ethereum back above 43. Big bounce coming into the market. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Nvidia is testing its opening range high, looking a little heavier itself. Ethereum still holding at 4,300. Ethereum getting some sell side pressure now. The MNR could be due for its next little down leg. You've had a nice amount of consolidation here. So let's see if ETH wants to get rejected and trigger that head and shoulders again. A little bit of a 10-minute potential bearish engulfing candle on Ethereum starting to shape up. Palantir going right back down to that opening range low. Drop this market into the close. We're approaching power hour and they are seeing some sell side pressure. Soundhound still a beast, trading right under point of control. IWM getting rejected. SPY approaching the lows of the day. Here we go, SPY. Take us downtown. New lows there on the S&P. New lows. They're trapping all that China tariff liquidity. There was a huge volume candle there on SPY. They're gonna melt us lower. Take us down. Ethereum getting heavy, Nvidia curling down. Nvidia back to the negative side. Qs and SPY are neck and neck for the worst performing index right now. Markets are getting heavier here. SPY at the lows. Our puts are printing there, guys. Look at that. Whoa. What a decline there, guys. We are coming into target. That was a filthy decline. They are knifing this market right now. Almost hitting TP there, guys. If you're wanting to take on your profits on your puts, I'm going to, because the trade is risk-free for me, I mean, the prudent thing to do is to cover here. But I'm going to see if we get more. That was a filthy leg down there. Nvidia catching a bid. Microsoft went negative. But look at that decline, guys. Everyone should have caught those 637 puts with us. Ripping to the upside there. Massive. That was a monster trade again, guys. That was a filthy decline to the lows, guys. That was absolutely filthy. If you caught that, beautiful job. So from 33 cents, pushing all the way up to 130, 140s there on those puts. Huge trade, guys. So we're up almost over, oh, we were over 300% there on those puts at the lows. Let's see if we get another lower boundary retest. Still never tagged that EMA 113, which is kind of interesting to me. But we are seeing a bit of a bounce coming in. Palantir still looking heavy. Ethereum saw a bit of a sell, trying to hold on to pre-market high. Soundhound still holding steady. Big bounce. Big bounce. Nvidia back to the positive side, so that's where this liquidity is coming back in from. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, still negative. SPY is the worst performing indice right now. BMNR trying to break down a little bit. Palantir still near the lows. Come on, PLTR, take out those lows. Take out the low of day. Guys, please hit that like button. That was over 300% on those SPY puts. And there's still time to go lower. We could do a nice little retest of this 5-minute candle that's occurring. Apple. Strong bounce on Apple. Strong bounce in the IWM. Strong bounce in Nvidia. Ethereum bouncing off of pre-market high. They're gobbling this market back up here. How do we like twice? Thanks, Ram. Palantir still heavy here. Definitely a little bit of a bearish divergence between the bounce in Palantir and SPY. I still think Palantir wants these lows of day, low of day. I want to see it sweep that. Ethereum big bounce, Bitcoin big bounce, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla. epic bounce there from 635 and change. Almost a dollar bounce there on the S&P. Pretty impressive. See if we get a retest of that low. I'd love to see that EMA being tagged. Nice job, Ram. That's a beautiful trade. Soundhound is kicking my butt. Kicking my derriere. Trying to push back up here. 10 minutes till power hour. Nvidia big bounce back to the positive side. Testing 183 back above its OR high. IWM really big bounce. Microsoft still negative. That's important as well for the market. Microsoft, Apple negative. Big bounce on Ethereum. Wow. What a freaking bounce on ETH. Will we go lower? I still think we could test this 10-minute EMA. We never officially tagged it, guys. It would be nice to do a full-on retrace of this move. And then there would also be a lot of liquidity if they swept this low here. That would be a lot of liquidity to sweep. Markets are barely down on the tape, even though there's been quite a bit of selling from that high pivot breakout. Markets are barely down, still acting resilient. That was Palantir's first 10-minute close below its prior day low since its gap up here on Thursday. So there's definitely some distribution in PLTR. Again, this is a market leading stock. It influences a lot of names, So we'll see if we get some confirmed downside through, but that's your first 10-minute close below your prior day low, below this gap up from Friday. Take us down, PLTR. HIMS is testing at $50 level again, guys, for HIMS. It's just a dog. HIMS is nasty. We still got those $50 puts. We did trim them, but we should still see lower price. It's nasty. Filthy. Come on down, SPY, Palantir, falling a little bit more. Soundhound still a beast. IWM holding steady. SPY holding 636.30. How's that Dixie doing? Nvidia getting sold into slightly. Dixie's trying to firm up off of its pre-market high again, guys. Palantir going for new lows. Come on, PLTR. Drop it down. Drop it down, PLTR. 10-year yield still down 0.28. Still a majority of sectors negative, guys. Tesla still up over 4%, $13.70 on the tape. What a beast. What a beast. 340 calls from September. We took them in the money. Nice trade if you caught that with us, members. You do? Ethereum still holding pre-market high. You know, they might want to keep crypto elevated here. Maybe they're going to dump it in the after hours when the indices close. Therefore, they trap in coin liquidity, they trap in MSTR, they trap in BMNR, and all the other likes. So maybe they want to keep crypto elevated until the market closes. But I do think that we're very close to a pretty decent decline in Ethereum. Come on, PLTR, dump it. Again, we do have CPI tomorrow, guys, 8:30 a.m. CPI, PPI. Expectations are for inflation to come in slightly hotter. We're getting to a point where if inflation comes in too light and we start switching to more of disinflationary pressures, that's typically negative for stocks. Remember, inflation is actually beneficial for stocks, especially since we're at teetering around this, 2-3% range. Spikes up in inflation aren't necessarily bad, although they would change the interest rate protection. It's not that bad if inflation does spike. Small caps may get affected more, but mega cap tech, S&P, if inflation upticks, a few percent, a couple, 0.1, 0.2% to the high side, shouldn't affect them. You may have an initial reaction down, but typically the mega caps get bought up. Small caps could react a little bit differently. I still don't think inflation is as important anymore as the labor market. So the employment market's, I think, gonna hold a little bit more weight in terms of economic data. All right, power hour is set to take place here in a few minutes, guys. So far, S&P still a little bit bearish, but bouncing sharply off of the lows. Crude oil green, Bitcoin green, Nvidia green, Tesla green. Some financials are green. Healthcare is your standout today. That's doing well. UVXY just turned green. Yields are negative. Gold down sharply today. Ethereum still up 1%. Biotech's down. Palantir going for the basement. Looks like they might flush Palantir into the close. AI down 26%. That's filthy. First Solar struggling. There goes PLTR, guys. Taking a trip to the basement. Taking a trip to the basement. Jumia, JMIA, that's up 13%. That's a nice move on Jumia. Soundhound coming in a little bit. Ethereum still holding steady, but they're probably going to keep crypto again elevated until the market closes. That's what I'm foreseeing. Archer Aviations. I think that has earnings after the bell, Archer. So we obviously know how Joby went. Joby got creamed. SPY still holding steady. SPY underneath your 5-minute EMA. Sandwich between the 5 and 10-minute EMA 113. QQQ and SPY are neck and neck for the worst performing indice. IWM is outperforming for the time being. Big bounce in the S&P as we head into power hour here. Catching some liquidity. Dixie's softened a touch. Palantir still diverging from the market, looking pretty heavy here. The LTR down 1.65%. See if it gets a bounce with the market here. It's trying. The LTR wants that low of day, guys. It wants to sweep that low. It's been in full-fledged sell mode really all day. Flush PLTR. Flush it. IWM catching a bit of a bid. Nvidia's still green. Tesla is still up 4.25. SPY is still trying to bounce here. We have officially started Power Hour. Nvidia starting off with a little bit of selling. IWM almost positive. Q's SPY still down slightly. Crypto still showing some positive signs, but off of the highs. Definitely some distribution signs. Palantir looks like it wants this low pivot, guys. If Palantir sweeps that low, SPY should come lower. Catching a minor bounce now. You did get it confirmed. So you got your first 10-minute candle close below PDL. You confirm that off of this candle. Getting a little bit of a bounce now. But 2 consecutive 10-minute closes below prior day low on Palantir. Markets are staging a little bit of a bounce here. Still trading in bearish territory. HIMS is down 3.45. Started, guys. Are we going to get a dump? Palantir looking heavier here. PLTR, sweep those lows, PLTR, sweep them. Sound moving up. Tesla still up 4%, guys. Beastin'. Ethereum seeing a little bit more selling. AMD looking to go negative. Microsoft still slightly negative. SPY still hanging on here. Let's look to that 5-minute chart. You can see we're trying to recapture that EMA. Tears still dripping, guys. They are selling PLTR. Again, sweeping these lows are coming into play. SPY still holding steady. Nvidia curling slightly down, below 183. SPY still trying to hold steady. IWM's trying to bounce, firming up. All right, SPY looking a little heavier here. Nvidia coming in. SPY's holding. Tier, come on down. PLTR, come on down. Nvidia looking heavy, testing that opening range high. Apple still looking heavy. Microsoft still negative. Come on, throw Palantir out. PLTR going for those lows. SPY's still holding steady. Is PLTR giving us a forward-looking signal that SPY's going to come lower? It is a market-leading stock, guys, PLTR. Come on, sweep those lows, PLTR. Sweep those lows. SPY's trying to hold steady. Sound is still pushing. BMNR curling down. Nvidia bouncing off of its OR high. Tesla coming in a little bit. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta still negative. Qs are still underperforming, guys. SPY's in a holding pattern. Ram saying SPY 637.20, point of control popped. Thank you. Here comes PLTR going for that OR low. It's going to break that OR low. It looks heavy. Looks very heavy. It's still acting well here. ELTR is bouncing a little bit here. Nvidia is pushing back for 183. IWM is trying to move higher. PLTR, take out those lows. $49 minutes left. S&P backtesting its 5-minute EMA, seeing some minor selling off of that zone. Palantir's just slightly off of its lows. Should give us a sweep. Nvidia curling slightly down. Tesla pushing back up. IWM seeing some top wicks. Nvidia losing 183 again. Opening range high, it is losing it. See, sour hour or power hour? Thinking sour hour. Nvidia looking to go negative again. Microsoft coming in. QQQ is underperforming all three indices right now, so that's a bit of a problem. Tech is getting heavier. XLK was a leading sector earlier on in the session, and now it's obviously coming under some near-term pressure. Still holding steady on SPY. You're close to sweeping those lows. IWM coming in. Nvidia selling off here. Nvidia's now gone negative. IWM trying to retest 220. Palantir is melting, going for a low of day sweep. SPY getting heavy. Members, that PLTR swing short that we entered, I just trimmed half of it at 350 a con. 350. So I did trim half there at that low of day sweep, just as an FYI. Again, I still think we can go down and fill that gap, but we're just going to pull some profits since the trade worked out so quickly. But profits secured there for PLTR. Nice job if you caught that with us. Still holding Soundhound, as well as SPY runners. We still have those SPY zeros running. BM&R looking pretty heavy here, guys. Really starting to come in. Look at PLTR going, guys. PLTR, we just executed a short on PLTR. We took the 182.50 puts for end of the week with members. We trimmed 33% already on the first trim, looking to press this into its gap, but what an execution there. From 263, now trading well above 350. Great job if you took that with us. Amazing little trade. Palantir is coming into that gap. It's looking spicy. SPY's trying to stabilize. Look at the bearish pattern on BMNR trying to break down. Nice job if you caught those PLTR puts with us. We issued that as a swing trade alert. Soundhound is still a beast, holding near the highs. Palantir catching a little bit of a bid here. SPY trying to push back up. Potential inverse head and shoulders here on SPY. We'll see if that wants to play out. Your Dixie is quietly moving up yet, so I don't know how bullish this pattern might be, but your Dixie is trying to move up. We'll see if they want to pump this market into the close or if people move a little bit more defensively ahead of CPI. CPI is tomorrow. Come on, Ethereum. Ethereum's still holding 4,300. BMNR seeing a little bit more distribution. Still holding steady. Dixie's still trying to push higher here, guys. BMNR spread is blowing out for those 53s. Wide spread. Telling me we're probably close to that ETH top. ETH S&P 500 still stuck under that 5-minute EMA. We could still go lower. Palantir still at the lows, sweeping that low like we discussed. Soundhound has been a beast. That one's just been crazy. Can't really do anything about that. Still up till the end of the week though. BMNR getting heavy. Palantir selling off sharply here. PLTR. Look at this at the lows, getting absolutely decimated here. Great job on PLTR. This could flush into this gap fill 182. I have a gap fill upsloping trend line. I have a downsloping channel here. We'll see if that wants to flush. BMNR looking heavy. Look at this nasty move coming in. Come on, trigger this H pattern bear flag on BMNR, and I would love you. Absolutely love you. Maybe there again. Palantir still at the lows. That is filthy. Would not be surprised to see the SPY try to test those lows again. Dixie's curling to the upside. Interestingly, the 2-year yield has gone positive. Soundhound's still trying to push. What a beast. What a beast on sound. Maybe we get a gap down tomorrow on sound. CPI. Gap down on CPI tomorrow, which would be bought up. That would be interesting. I'd love to see a gap down. There's a strong opportunity we can get a gap down and then a buy program. That would be nice. Markets are still holding above that breakout trend line. So that's the area really to beat. Palantir catching a bit of a bid. Dixie's surging here into the close, guys. The US dollar is surging here into the close. Just keep that in mind. We're getting a nice pump on the DXY. Typically that pump results in lower price action. Dixie's squeezing to the upside here. To your yield turning green. Look at this dollar chart, guys. Dixie's squeezing here into the close. We'll see if that results in anything. But that is squeezing. 30 minutes left in the tape, guys. 30 minutes left. Sound trying to push. IWM curling down. Dixie taking a breather. Nvidia dumping here into the close, guys. Nvidia is really seeing some heavy sell side here. Ethereum backtesting 4,300. QQQ leading the charge to the downside. How are we going to take new lows in the session? Great job on our puts today, guys. SPY puts. Soundhound really didn't cooperate, but that's okay. Palantir and SPY puts that are still printing right now to the downside. More than cover Sound, and we still have till the end of the week. But the 0DTE is absolutely crushed on SPY. Dixie taking a little bit of a breather. Ethereum coming in. Big bounce there on Nvidia. So a couple earnings after the bell. ASTS, Oklo will be some interesting names that we probably will get some trading setups tomorrow. So ASTS has gone through a nice little sell-off into its earnings report. Obviously, if we look at like RKT, that had a nice pump on its earnings. RKLB, that name's still consolidating, holding steady. Oklo has been a powerhouse, but it's come in off of its earnings. It's really going to come down to what uranium is doing. Uranium still holding pretty steady, so Oklo's earnings should be okay, but the question is, are these earnings going to be justified? UNH is pulled in from the highs here. So there are some interesting stocks after the bell that are set to report. Archer Aviations, again, we all know how Joby went, but ACHR, it's going to show probably a big cash burn. Yeah, 200K, you're definitely going to get a big cash burn there. Looking pretty nasty. Ethereum coming in. Dixie still trying to push. Bitcoin's about to go negative. Guys, so I think crypto is going to dump after the close. They've been keeping it elevated. They grabbed so much long liquidity in coin today. They grabbed so much liquidity in BMNR. That's the big high flyer mover on the session. MSTR, I haven't looked at that name today. But MSTR coming in from the high. Let's look at MARA. Mara has come in, still positive. So they've sold into a lot of this liquidity. But I think that Ethereum is due for a really big decline after the close. You know, maybe even a move back to 4,000. And then if that occurs after hours, I mean, BMNR should drop like a rock. Obviously, anything can keep squeezing here on a 3-bar surge, but I'm leaning more bearish on these names. So Yucca PLTR still selling, guys. Still selling off into the close. What is that telling us? It's telling us these equity markets want lower. PLTR knifing. 182.50 puts are coming in the money here. My oh my. If only Sound cooperated, it would have been a perfect day. But we still have till the end of the week. Soundhound still should come in. It's just they're keeping this one a little bit more buoyant than I expected. Maybe it gets one more sweep high tomorrow, but I would look to maybe even double down on my puts on Sound tomorrow. Alright, so we'll see what inflation reports come out to tomorrow. Hims is under 50 bucks again. Hims just can't get out of its way. Why oh my, Hims. UNH has really come in from its highs. Let's look at VRTX. That's still holding steady. That was the play on VRTX, but the option chain was so slow. It happened so quickly, that move. Couldn't get in. WAT. Let's look at that Caesar. I am looking at this Caesar tomorrow, guys. If we get one more spike low on Caesar tomorrow, that is a nice little setup. Haven't checked out Energy. Valero's been a little bit weak. XOM. It's been a little bit weak as well. Wow. I was close to covering my Carvana. We're obviously still holding common shares short. We're up nicely on that trade. But I still want Carvana to fill that gap. It really hasn't filled that gap, Phil. Just yet. So I'm close to getting out of Carvana. Close. CGC has been a big mover today. It's been a powerhouse. CGC could be setting up for a 3-bar surge. If it were to gap up tomorrow, that is a flat out short. Flat out short. Yeah, sound I'm just got end of week puts, so we'll see if it dumps. We'll see. But I'm hoping CGC gaps up tomorrow because that would be an epic short trade, guys. A 3-bar surge on the daily. Obviously, it's strong on the back of Aurora Cannabis, ACB, pushing to the high side today. MSOS is doing quite well. Look at that MSOS move. That is a friggin' monster move. That is filthy. Let's see if they're laying a crypto trap. Crypto trap could be laid today. Sound is still pushing, guys. Sound is a beast right now. Sound is a beast. Right into the 50-day moving average for ASTS into earnings. I wonder what they're going to do with that name. But right into that 50 moving average. That is friggin' interesting, man. That is so interesting. If I had to lean one way, I'd say it's going to get a bounce. I would say it's going to be a bounce. Hmm. Part of me wants me to try. I'm tempted to take some lotto calls on ASTS, but anyone got a position heading into ASTS earnings? ASTS earnings? Anyone taking a position? Archer. Archer's also had a sell-off into earnings, looking pretty interesting. Guys, I took a just because there's been a huge. Why am I interested in ASTS? There's been a huge theme in the space trade, Rocket Labs, RKT, ASTS. There's a huge theme for space. There's a lot of potential hype around it, momentum. There's a big future for it too. There's a lot of money in it. Guys, I took a lotto play, Archer Aviation. I don't recommend anything, but I took a 1050 upside call for end of the week. Does have earnings, but I took a lotto. Don't play if you can't risk this going to zero. So I took an ACHR 1050 call into earnings. I'm playing a little bit of an upside potential. It's a pure gamble. I'm okay with losing. It's literally a tiny position. It's 2 contracts, guys, just as an FYI. It really means nothing. But upside call, we're holding that EMA. This could easily knife down, making the calls worthless, but 1050 upside call, ACHR. We all know how Joby worked out. That was a complete bloodbath to the downside. No, ASTS, I was looking at ASTS as well. I was tempted, but I don't know. We've traded it down here, ASTS, but I'm just not too sure about it. But ASTS is backtesting your 50-day moving average, whereas Archer, ACHR, has gone through a little bit more consolidation, trading at the low end of this big range, backtesting your EMA 113. You're also trading right around that weekly 20. So I'm taking a bit of a gamble here on Archer, that's for sure. We'll see what happens. Again, size it for 0 because that's what it's likely going to do. Ethereum still looking heavy. SPY still falling here. Ethereum still looking weak. Thanks, Sarpres. Alright, SPY puts are still printing, guys. I'm going to get out on the next little flush. If we take out the lows, I am going to get out of those SPY puts. Let's look at PLTR here. BMNR, guys, breaking. BMNR getting heavy here. They're laying the trap. They're laying the trap for a decline in the after hours in crypto. Look at BMNR. Coming in hard. Coming in hard. This one could be a huge banger. If we get the decline that I think is coming in Ethereum, BMNR could be an absolute money maker for us tomorrow. Just as a pure play, I took puts on Archer. Rams going against us. Rams going against us. Someone's gonna win. Good luck, Ram. BMNR though coming in hard. Coming in hard. PLTR still near the lows. Final 12 minutes here in the tape. Look at BMNR dripping lower here, guys. Testing 5-minute chart support. Knifing through it though. Ethereum's getting heavy. That 10-minute head and shoulders. Wow, Palantir had a huge knife. 182.50s are in the money, guys. Palantir 182.50s are in the money. Look at that huge knife into that support. Gap fill. Wow. That is filthy. That is filthy. Soundhound coming in a little bit. SPY coming in here hard, guys. Puts are still printing. Left. Yeah, I just took end of week. I'm going for that earnings play. We'll see what happens. BMNR knifing lower here. Ethereum looking a little heavy. Bitcoin's gone back to the negative side, joining the dark side. SPY's trying to bounce here. Lots of liquidity. Here comes your 0 DTEs. Trying to push. Is the volume going to come in? Trying to pump it. Alright guys, I'm all out of my SPY puts there. I'm all out of my SPY puts. Huge trade there. New lows. Crazy. Monster trade on SPY, guys. Monster trade. Huge free fall there. Look at Ethereum, guys. Look at ETH. ETH is dumping here as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Soundhound does not want to cooperate, but what a trade there, guys. From 33 cents to $1.70. $412 on SPY puts, and you could have even got more. Banger. What a banger. Look at SPY still knifing here. My oh my. What a filthy decline. What an absolute monster decline, guys. Whew. If you caught that, well done. Well done if you caught that. Over 400% on SPY puts, guys. The runners. Huge move. Palantir at the lows. SPY at the lows. Sweeping liquidity. Huge sell-off into the end of the session. Soundhound still trying to push. Crazy decline there, guys. Yep, we both, Ram and I, called that out. We absolutely did. Palantir new lows. Soundhound still pushing. But what a dump in the equity markets there. Huge trade. Palantir under 182. Dixie's flying. Look at this market dripping. That is filthy, guys. Filthy decline. I guess Soundhound is really the one thing that's not declining here, but BMNR looking heavy. Ethereum is negative now. Head and Shoulders has triggered. BMNR gap down day tomorrow. Looking likely. Soundhound still pushing back up to the highs. What a beast. What a beast. But we crushed those SPY puts, guys. Great job. You're up on your Archer puts. I'm up on my Archer calls slightly, but I'm not looking. I'm looking for a move here after hours. Big bounce coming into SPY. Soundhound still pushing. Ethereum trying to bounce. Dixie's still pushing. So we'll see how much we'll see what Archer does after the hours. A few other names. Soundhound is still a beast. Big push on SPY there. Wow, what a push there for SPY. Retesting 636 there into the close. An absolute beast. That was crazy. Big bounce for the S&P. All right, guys. Great trading with you. Over 412% on those SPY runners. Excellent job. Soundhound, I apologize about that. Great job on BNR with members today. Great job on Palantir. We absolutely killed that one today as well. Nevertheless, let's see what Archer does after hours. And we get to do this all again tomorrow. Tomorrow is CPI. So definitely stay tuned for more price action and volatility because there's quite a lot that can happen after the hours. So we'll see what happens. Archer Aviation, Lotto plays, 1050 calls into the earnings print. So we will have a few earnings coming out here. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, pleasure trading with you all. I'll keep Archer on just to see what happens here, but again, these are lottos, so it's nothing that's going to hurt. It's going to be lunch money tomorrow. But nice job if you caught those puts with us. We pretty much picked the high at the top and rode it all the way down. Both JP and I did call that out, so everyone had plenty of opportunity to enter those with us. Please don't forget to hit that like button. And definitely tune in for tomorrow's session because CPI there will be some volatility. So nasty little decline there for Archer. Archer plug falling here. We'll see how it ends here. We've seen a whole host of manipulation in these eVTOL stocks, but definitely seeing a bit of a decline so far on Archer. Let's see if they want to buy it back up. Plug is getting hit. Yep, plug is out. BBAI is also out. Seeing a little bit of volatility. So we still have ASTS, BBAI, Oklo. Oklo will be an interesting one. Oklo selling off into its 20-day. Sure getting gobbled up. Big bear area. Thanks, Sarfraz. Appreciate that. Guys, look at Ethereum here. Looking heavy, Ethereum. Come on down, ETH. If ETH loses these pivots here, things would get interesting for our BMNR. This director sells some shares, so DoorDash. Let's see if that's hurting it. A little bit of selling in DoorDash. Insider selling. I think O closed at 430. These Fluence is getting killed too. So put misses EPS beat on revenue. Right now it's down by about 6-7%. Archer looks like it's going to try to make a recovery here. But that could be just me being biased. I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch. We've seen some crazy manipulation in these eVTOL stocks, but so far you're looking good, Ram, but it's not over, right? Whatever the stock does opens up tomorrow. So far you're in the driver's seat. But remember Joby earnings were insane. Remember Joby? They did the gap down, pushed it back up, then they sold it, then they pushed it right back up. I mean, the volatility can be immense. Contract, we both could win. Sorry for saying if it gets to 830, you'll go into commons. Interesting. Yeah, 830 is not a bad zone. Where's 830? Right into that lower boundary pivot there. Piercing the daily 200. Yeah, 846 is even a good area. Alright, Oklo is out. Oklo is out. I think. I saw a headline. Now it's gone. I don't know. ASDS falling here. So ASCS coming in here. Sweeping some lower pivot zones. BBAI getting clobbered here. Big Bear. Big Bear AI piercing through that 50-day. We're going to have some crazy opportunities tomorrow. Oklo's tanking. You in Oklo puts? Wow, yeah, Oklo tanking here. Nice job there. Your $62 puts should print. Yeah, as long as it stays down, right? Because you know what else is breaking down? Ethereum, baby. ETH is breaking here. Chop it down. Those BMNRs should have a nice gap down tomorrow as long as ETH stays weak. Alright guys, I am going to close the stream here. I appreciate you all tuning in. Great job trading today. Nice killer trade, 412% on SPY puts. Can't ask for a better day than that. But thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow. CPI trading should be fun. Cheers, everybody.